Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister has joined us. Please join me in welcoming her with a huge round of applause. We welcome you now. I wish a very good morning to all of you. And as we start today's program, I would like to thank our Honorable Union Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development, Mrs. Smriti Zubin Irani, for gracing us with her presence, for encouraging us and agreeing to open the first South Asian Conference on Sustainability in Textile and Apparel Industry. We are indeed honored, ma'am. Honorable guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we are taking our seats and enjoying the morning, I feel privileged to welcome you all to today's conference. The conference is being organized by Premchand Memorial Trust and Michigan State University, USA, along with core partners, School of Planning, Design and Architecture, New Delhi, Lady Urban College, University of Delhi, IDH, the Sustainable Trade Initiative, Indian Green Building Council, and Elapat Foundation, Dhaka. I would also like to thank the trustees and board of governors, Premchand Memorial Trust, for making Dr. Jan's dream a reality. It is indeed an honor to have this noble gathering today. Some learned scholar had once said, education is simply the soul of a society as it passes from one generation to another. And it is on occasions like this that we get the opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please stand for the national anthem. As we move forward, let me briefly introduce you to the Premchand Memorial Trust. The mission of the Trust is to create, establish and maintain sustainability paradigm through education, recognition and nurturing of the present and future generations. Its vision is to identify future leaders and be a catalyst for global development of sustainability, create awareness and advocacy on sustainability and environment, and nurture India's young talent by disseminating education on sustainable development ecosystems, built environment, traditions, arts, crafts, and related studies across India's youth and working professionals. The Trust celebrates and promotes the life and work of an extraordinary man whose farsightedness is taking India to the top of sustainability map of the world. Thanks to his tireless efforts and championing of the green movement in India, India is already in second place today after the USA in terms of the largest registered green footprint, and Bharat has emerged as Jagat Guru in sustainable built environment as he aspired and dreamt decades ago. Dr. P.C. Jain, architect of the modern green building movement in India, is revered as the father of green buildings. He ushered in a paradigm shift in the way buildings are conceived, designed worldwide, and facilitated. Dr. Jain spearheaded the green building movement in India from the first Godrej Green Building Center, which got the highest LEED Platinum rating from USDBC in 2003 and became the world's greenest building in March 2004, to facilitating 60 Platinum and 40 Gold Awards from the IGBC and USDBC. We should perhaps stop for a moment to remember Dr. Jain and his movements and his momentous achievements through a short film.
About buildings. Maybe what we build will change the world. Urban India in the 21st century is racing at a breathless pace, powering aspirations for bigger, better, and more. But this fast-paced growth brings some serious challenges of the modern times. Today, we are on the verge of exhausting our natural resources and our environmental bounties. Our society is in desperate need of a revolution to save and preserve sustainable habitat for our future generations. The seeds for one such revolution were sown many decades ago, when a wise mother shared her far-sighted vision with her young bright son.
From my earliest childhood, it been ingrained with me that truth will always win, what we call Satyamev Jayate. She also gave us the love for all living creatures, trees and plants, the message of non-violence. And ever since my childhood, I have always respected that all life forms are equally important.
This exceptionally talented young boy went on to become a champion crusader for Green India. Dr. Prem Jain graduated from Banaras Engineering College, BHU, in 1957 and went on to the University of Minnesota, USA, to obtain the highest degree of PhD in Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. After spending 13 years working with some best research and design firms in the USA, he decided to return to his Janani Janam Bhoomi with a vision to build a new India. In 1980, he created Spectral, taking it to the country's most respected premier MEP consulting firm in the next 3 decades.
Another thing that happened in the Spectral time that we were working with, we were challenged, where is your Green Business Center? As proud Indians we are, we said, we'll make the world's greenest. And we did. In 2003, we created Godrej Business Center in Hyderabad, which was then highest rating for any building in the whole world. And Rashtrapati came to inaugurate the building, which is unusual. They normally don't inaugurate their private building. But he did. That's where the green building movement started.
And that was just the start. Throughout his corporate journey, Dr. Prem Jain facilitated a record high of 60 Platinum and 40 Gold Awards from IGBC and USGBC for design of green buildings in India. In 2007, Dr. Jain took over the mammoth responsibility heading the Indian Green Building Council, IGBC.
I declared when I became the chairman that next 6 years we'll achieve 1 billion square feet. 1 square foot by every Indian. My slogan was very simple.
His slogan became more than a reality when India reached 1 billion square feet of registered green footprint with IGBC in 2012, 3 years ahead of schedule, and further achieved 6.4 billion square feet of green building footprint by 2018. Dr. Jain also created another massive revolution by introducing a chapter on sustainability for the National Building Code of India in 2016.
The beauty of the code is that all municipalities across the country give approval to the plan based on the code. Every building will come up henceforth, if it has to comply with the code, has to be deemed. And I know for sure in another 3 years or 4 years, we'll be far ahead of even America or any other country coming up in the future.
This visionary icon also founded ISHRE, which today has more than 12,000 professional and 8,000 student members. Later, ISHRE and ASHRE India bestowed upon him the Lifetime Achievement Award. He was also instrumental in institutionalizing Green Building Congress, an annual flagship event offering new paradigms to accelerate green building movement in India. For his exceptional work and vast knowledge, he was revered as the father of green buildings in India. One profound idea Dr. Jain strongly held onto was of nurturing and mentoring young bright minds, as he remained paramount through 47 years of relentless commitment to the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, as a visiting faculty.
In light of what I learned about Shanti Niketan, out in the open, when I don't have to put anything on the board, the classes meet in the open air here. For me, it is very fulfilling to see these young boys and girls go out in the field fully equipped with the knowledge of the real world. I don't tell them books, I don't tell them formulae, I don't tell them catalogs, I tell them real life situation.
Today, he's no longer with us, but his legacy and vision will brighten the path for a generation of future leaders. To mark Dr. Jain's birth anniversary on the 26th of January, a week-long celebration titled Harit Prem Bharat Mahotsav will take place from 23rd to 29 January annually. To promote Dr. Jain's love for Mother Nature, the Prem Jain Memorial Trust is formed with a mission to create, establish and maintain sustainability paradigm through education, recognition and nurturing of the present and future generations. The vision of the Trust is to identify future leaders and global development of sustainability, create awareness and advocacy on environment, foster development of education, recognition of public participation and innovation, nurture young talent, disseminate education on sustainable development, ecosystems and built environment, create response mechanism for evolving sustainability, nurture talent recognition and encourage incubation. If we can change the way we think about buildings, maybe what we build
The film truly
will
defines
change
the
the
very
world.
persona of late Dr. P.C. Jain, a stalwart in the area of green buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have amongst us Honorable Union Minister Mrs. Smriti Zubin Irani, who has so kindly agreed to grace this opening ceremony. Currently the Union Minister for Textiles and Women and Child Development, she is India's youngest minister in the government and the first woman to hold office as Union Minister for Human Resource Development and as Union Minister of Textiles. She has previously served in the organization at various posts such as National Secretary, 5-term member of the BJP National Executive, Vice President of BJP Maharashtra Youth Wing, BJP Maharashtra State Secretary, National Vice President, and as National President of BJP Women's Wing. She has significantly and successfully pursued permanent commission for women in the Indian Army by facilitating legal aid to women officers. She has also launched Saksham, the first ever vision document released by any political organization in India, which underlines policies, programs, and implementation tools for the upliftment of the differently abled in India. The World Economic Forum has named Mrs. Rani as the Young Global Leader from India for the year 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest for the day with a huge round of applause. May I request our guests to please join us for the lighting of lamp. I also request people who have made this event possible: Professor Syal, Professor Sriram, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Meenakshi Mittal, Dr. Pooja Gupta, Mr. Saurabindo, Mr. Anand, to join the Honorable Minister on stage for lighting of the lamp.
Shuklam Bharadharam Vishwam Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Shuklam Bharadharam Vishwam Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasanna Vadana Sarvavignu Pashatage Abhipsitartha Siddhartham Pujito Surasurahi Sarvavignu Harastasmai Ganadipataye Namaha Ganadipataye Namaha Ganadipataye Namaha.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thanks to Almighty for blessing us with such an auspicious beginning. I now request Mrs. Renu Jain to felicitate our chief guest. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. I humbly request Ms. Payal Jain to kindly say a few words about the trust.
Ma'am, thank you very much for being here. You are like a breath of fresh air. You know, from the word go, from the first day when I requested you to be here, it has been my absolute delight to connect with you and to interact. Thank you very much for your encouragement. I had a very long speech prepared, but I'm not going to get into all of that. I'll just say a few lines which I'm hoping all the students here, the young people, will keep with them close to their heart. It was something my father lived by and I have grown up believing in. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free and words come from the depths of truth, where the mind is led forward into ever-widening thought and action, into the heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. I have grown up believing that the earth is my mother, and it needs to be nurtured, preserved, and looked after, worshipped. And it breaks my heart to see what is happening all around us, the destruction by the minute that is happening to the planet. Is this really the planet we want to leave for our children? I don't think so. I don't think any of you want to live on this planet. I don't think you want to produce children and leave them this planet. The reason we're here today is because all of us have the same concern: the earth, the planet, how to make it green, how to make it happy, and leave it in the condition that we inherited it. I'm not going to take any more time. That's what we're here for. That's what the conference is about. I would like to invite Honorable Minister Mrs. Smriti Zubinarani to come and speak a little bit. Thank you very much.
What brings me here today is the love our daughter has for her father. A father who has dedicated his life to green buildings is today paid an homage by a daughter with regards to green textiles. That a family is dedicated to the cause of sustainability, that the family is of the opinion Prakriti Devo Bhava, is something which I think is one of the most poignant tributes to Dr. Jain through this conference. At the onset, let me congratulate Payal and pay my regards to Mrs. Jain for the stupendous work that you seek to do through this conference, to bring together the best of minds, academic and manufacturing, along with the future of the textile industry, that being the students today. You touch upon very important facets of the textiles trade. Let me give you a number as to the sustainability impact with regards to the textile industry. In 2017, we as a world, particularly as a nation, knew that the total water consumption by the fashion industry stood at 791 billion cubic meters. And this consumption is expected to increase by 50% by 2030, which means by 2030, we will, as a fashion industry, consume close to 1,600 billion cubic meters of water. Now, when Payal speaks about what kind of a legacy do we seek to leave behind for our children, the textile legacy that we hope to leave behind has to be spoken of in a measured fashion. Today we know that the UN Environment Report of 2018 has declared that the industry, being the textile industry, is estimated to release up to 20% of the global wastewater which is generated. On whose shoulders then falls the responsibility to correct this enormous challenge. I am happy to note that the conference today will speak about operations and management. For many believe that for sustainable textiles, one only needs to look at the impact of effluents and water discharge. How can we systemically, through better management practices, encourage sustainability is one of the topics of discussion of this conference, for which I applaud Payal and the entire team. There is going to be, I'm sure, conversation centered around circular fashion. But the challenge with regards to the consumer is कि कोई बासी खाना नहीं चाहता, कोई बासी पहनना नहीं चाहता. How do you make circular fashion fashionable is one of the greatest challenges. For we might look at redesigning apparel. We might look at cotton waste made into floor mats. But how can we make it fashionable to buy that product is a marketing challenge that I hope today's discussion can also highlight or deliberate upon. One of the greatest legacies of Indian textiles is the handcraft legacy, the handloom legacy. And how does modern technology impact that? I have the proud privilege of sharing with you that under the Prime Minister's leadership, for the first time in our country, we now have a solar charkha. And the garments made through the solar charkha are called solar vastra. And now the thread that will be produced by that solar charkha will be used by the National Handloom Development Corporation, so that we do an end-to-end linkage with regards to not only sustainability but also employability. The people who operate the solar charkha are women in rural India through the Khadi Gram Udyog. You will be astounded to know that these women are in areas like Sundarbans, where they are known as the Bagh widows. These women are in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, the UT of Jammu and Kashmir, where these women are militancy affected victims, now stitching the Gandhi Rumal. And it is their suit which is now going to be sourced and linked to industry consumption. Which means that given our capacities as individuals, as organizations, there is a lot of silos and a lot of gaps that we can fill, thereby making sustainability a highly employable venture. I'm also aware that you will be discussing schemes with regards to effluents, treatment, but how costly sustainability is an issue that we need to answer with regards to industry and make it popular. We need to keep in mind that 80% of our Indian textile industry is MSME. They are running against time, running against practices to ensure their profit margins can survive. In such an apadhapi, can we make sustainability affordable for them? For it is okay for us to discuss it in hallowed halls, but very difficult when out of the 4 crore who are working in the textile industry, 80% belong to those segregated segments of manufacturing. So I'm hoping that from an MSME perspective, if we can make sustainability affordable, then I think the promise that Payal made to her father can be finally be fulfilled. My best wishes, Payal, to you and the entire conference. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening talk. It is indeed an honor to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Professor Matsyal, Professor, School of Planning, Design and Construction, Michigan State University, USA, to kindly present the vote of thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Mrs. Jain, esteemed guests, colleagues, friends, and students. My name is Matt Sayal, and I, along with Professor Sriram Narayanan, raise your hand please, represent Michigan State University as partners in this valuable endeavor. I will be brief because of time, but I have to tell you that I do this for a living, speaking at conferences and advising the government. But I was wondering, why am I feeling a little bit overwhelmed today? The reason I'm feeling because I know the answer because of an emotional connection with this whole concept. And I'll take you through that. It is a privilege to have you here, Honorable Minister, to open this conference and extend your and your ministry's support. As you rightly said, there is a big sustainability impact of textile industry. You gave the example of water and wastewater. That tells you all these areas have to be looked into. I have to tell you that there is a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. In the same way, it takes a village to bring this kind of concept to fruition. I'm here to little bit recognize all the village members who brought this concept together, and to thank the final piece of the village, our guest, our chief guest. So let me take you through a little bit. This conference was born out of our early discussions, which myself, Professor Narayanan, had with Mr. Mamoon. Raise your hand, please. Mr. Mamoon Rahman was a Humphrey Fellow sponsored by U.S. Department of State, came to Michigan State University, and Professor Narayanan and I served as his co-mentors. And you have to understand, as you look at the themes of this conference, I've been doing a fair amount of research and work in sustainable buildings. And soon you will know the connection with Dr. Jain in a minute. And Professor Narayanan, being a professor of supply chain management, has been dealing with sustainable products and resources. Here comes Mamoon, and he talked about women, workers' health, and link with sustainability. See, you see the link with 3 modules here. So as we started thinking of sustainability in this industry in the South Asian context, who will you go to? I went to Dr. Jain. And Dr. Jain was my teacher 40 years ago, 1981, when I was at School of Planning and Architecture. He has been my mentor, my friend, and colleague over the years. And as I started talking with me, he said, Matt, let's do it in Delhi. Let's do it in India. And he convinced me, let's bring this conference here, start this area, and IGPC and the whole industry, textile ministry, we need to bring focus here. And when he brought it here, he brought an associate, Dr. Hari, please raise your hand, into this to work with us. And we did, Dr. Hari helped us put together the initial framework, which we put it together, and he deserves a great thanks for his valuable input. Thank you, Dr. Hari. After Dr. Jain's passing, for a while we were not sure where to go, who will pick up this. And then one fine day, we had lunch with Ms. Payal Jain, Mr. Jain, her husband, Dr. Paul, Lady Irvin College, Dr. Mittal, Dr. Pooja Gupta. Please raise your hand, you should know this. It's a village. We all.
I have to run to Parliament. I'm sorry, but I'm grateful to everybody, but I'm getting calls to go back to Parliament. With your permission?
So before you go, you have to hear my 2 lines.
Okay.
On behalf of the whole team, we
Yes.
want to thank you, but we will share the results of what we are coming up with that and look forward to a long-term association with you. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying extra tonight. Appreciate it. Let me get your attention back. Are you all here with me still? I'm not going to leave this dais till I finish my speech. So you have no choice. Plus, I have to recognize the village, right? It's very important to recognize people who have brought this together. I am just a messenger, right? So you have to hear this. It's important for everyone to hear this. So I have to tell you, so after Dr. Jain's passing, we were thinking where to go with this. So one day, Lady Irvin College conference at Triveni Kala Sangam. How many people know the place? Was it famous for? Their cafeteria. People tell me it's. So we were there with Ms. Payal Jain. Ms. Payal Jain, Mr. Jain, Dr. Paul, Lady Irvin College and us, and Professor Shriram was on phone. And Ms. Payal Jain said, I and the Prem Jain Memorial Trust will pick it up. And that's really happened. They picked it up and it has become a reality. Other core partners, School of Planning Architecture, Lady Irvin College, Alafat Foundation, IDH, Sustainable Trade Initiative, Saravindo came in and he brought fresh energy. Where is Saravindo? He went outside to say goodbye to the minister, brought extra energy, IGPC. So now, all I can say is, my sincere thanks to all my friends and partners, members of the village who have made it happen. That's how these things come together. It took 3 years, but that's how it happened. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Professor Sal, for addressing us. As we move ahead, it is my honor to invite Dr. Sriram Narayanan, Professor and Kessler Endowed Faculty Fellow in Supply Chain Management in the Department of Supply Chain Management, Broad College of Business, Michigan State University, USA, to give a detailed overview of today's conference. An internationally recognized scholar, he has earned his doctoral degree in Operations Technology and Innovation Management at the University of North Carolina. His industry experience includes working in procurement and project management roles in automotive and software industries. Dr. Narayanan's primary research interests are in innovation, productivity, and sustainability in supply chains. He holds several leadership roles, such as the Vice President of Publications of the Production and Operations Management Society and the Board of the Decision Sciences Institute, USA. He has also won multiple awards for teaching, research, community engagement, and service for his contributions to the society. I welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everyone, especially to the guests, students here, and my fellow colleagues, the faculty. And certainly, it's a pleasure to be here and to introduce this conference, to have the opportunity to do that. If you don't mind putting the slides up. So I'm a slave of PowerPoint, so I just can't do without PowerPoint, so you can already see that. So first of all, it's sort of like Dr. Sayer was mentioning, it's sort of a distinct pleasure to be a part of something like this and have the opportunity to speak. Certainly, this is the beginning and there's a lot more to be done, I guess. So what I'm going to endeavor to do in the next 10 minutes is to quickly walk you through a high-level overview of what we conceived in terms of the conference, right? So it's very I tell you to move the slides. So let me start off by saying that I think the chief guest set the stage up really well. That it's a very critical industry, and it's on the cusp of particularly important for sustainability, because we think of sustainability as people, profit, and planet, right? So apparel and textile is on the cusp in all dimensions, right? Economic, social, and environmental dimensions. And particularly in the down the road, you're going to can you please keep the slide. Whenever I probably do that, if you don't mind, just move. Yeah. So one of the things that I think is really important to know is that at least in the future, we are talking about Industry 4.0, along with the cottage industry that we have in terms of craft. It's going to be really critical to think about how they come together, particularly in the Indian context, right? So, I don't know how many of you know about the historical context, at least in the subcontinent, that when Alexander attacked India, they got cotton clothes from Indian soldiers, right? And sort of it sort of goes. The whole idea of textile and apparel goes back ages. I don't know how many of you know muslin cloth. Do you know where it originated? To students where? Dhaka, yes. So it's also a derivative of the subcontinent. So we've been such a strong craft industry that the mechanized competition completely destroyed us at some point. But look at where we are today. India is probably the third biggest exporter and of textiles. Bangladesh is the second biggest exporter of apparel. India is not very far. But what's also interesting to me is that you look at where India is now, we are losing market share in apparel worldwide, right? And that's really important. So economically, it's a really, really important industry in the subcontinent, right? So let's talk a little bit about the social context. I see many, So particularly with respect to women, right? So apparel and textiles are one of the primary employment grounds for women, particularly in the lower strata of the society, right? So in the participation rates, according to some World Bank reports, is about 32%, which is not a whole lot. And what's really interesting is that women who are independent in terms of their wage earning capabilities, households where women are independent tend to have poverty reduction. There's enough research to show that, right? So where family health indicators are better, you can have children who are going to school, right? And also children's health. So like my own family, my significant other has research papers where they have shown that financial autonomy actually leads to better infant health. Better health indicators. So clearly, socially, it's from a women worker participation standpoint, it's a really, really critical industry, right? And let's look at what the statistics are for participation. It's sort of awkward here to show this, even though the 32% where it comes from. You see, the green line is what the Indian environment is about. So, Bangladesh has been steady around 60%, but India has actually been going down and in participation rates, the green line, right? So that's something really important for us to think about. So clearly, it's a bellwether industry from the standpoint of how we can engineer sustainability in households, right? So what's really interesting here is that 80% of the activity in apparel, I have some research in this space too, is very mechanized and routinized. Now, all these mechanized jobs, they say, okay, with automation is going to go away. Of course, we can discuss the merits and demerits of robots and what will happen, right? But clearly, labor costs are increasing. We need to think about how we are adding value. And take for example, the technology challenges on the horizon, right? So this is a factory that was recently started in Arkansas with a $20 million investment. They call it Sobots, right? So sewing robots. And it's a fully automated factory. $20 million, a Chinese investment. But the robots come from Georgia Tech, some people who work in Georgia Tech in the US, and just got commissioned in Atlanta. And look at the economics of this factory, okay, irrespective of what's happening. They're saying that when fully operational, the system will make one t-shirt every 22 seconds. We will produce 800,000 t-shirts a day. Okay, and the CEO of the company says that around the world, even the cheapest labor market cannot compete with us. Now we are talking about commoditization of apparel. Now the question is whether it's doable or not is different, but certainly something on the horizon, right? What I like to call this, particularly in the textile and apparel space, is what we call as double burden of automation. So on one hand, you want to be price competitive, you want to do really well with respect to how productive you are, but we as an economy and country are also struggling with social challenges of unemployment, right? So really we need a lot of thinking around how this can be achieved in a careful way, because you just cannot alienate one or the other. Both seem to be really important, okay? So that's hopefully we are going to think a little bit about that. Some other aspects of internal and external environments, right? So it's also a very hazardous industry. It's not the most safe industry to work in, okay? Mechanical hazards, cotton dust, chemical hazards, biological agents, ergonomic hazards, psychosocial hazards. Having been to some of the factories in the last couple of years, I do feel that these are important. And of course, the other component of this is the plastic pollution. Hopefully you will see a lot of this being discussed over the course of the day. And what we envision in this context is to think about policy, research, practice. So you will see a lot of panelists who are a mix of different elements. And what we want to gain is a holistic understanding of the industry. That's why you will see that there are three themes. Facilities, extremely important. Operations, extremely important, and worker engagement, all three, right? So I want to sort of give you a quick overview. We are very, very grateful to our team and how everybody has come together. I want to thank Dr. V.K. Paul, who will be leading the first session on sustainable facilities. And then Dr. Meenakshi Mittal and Dr. Pooja Gupta are going to be leading the workers' well-being and operations session. And the sustainability in products and resources session is going to be coordinated by IEH, Mr. Sarabindo and Mr. Nirad Bhatnagar. We are very grateful to them for doing this. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much. I'm actually looking forward to all the panels and learning about what we can do down the road. And I just want to acknowledge our student. She helped me a lot in putting together some of the research elements that we put together. So I want to thank Zenzen Yan for trying to help me with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the thought-provoking introduction, which has set the perfect platform for today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to start with the first session for today's conference. And before we start the sessions, I request all the moderators to kindly squeeze your sessions to 60 minutes since we are running a little behind the schedules. The theme of our first session is facilities and operations, and we have an illustrious list of speakers to enlighten us on issues related to the same. I take this opportunity to invite Dr. V.K. Paul, Dean, Planning and Development, School of Planning, Design and Architecture, Delhi, to kindly chair the session. So please join us on the dais. We are delighted to have Dr. Chaitali Vasu, Assistant Professor, School of Planning, Architecture, Delhi. Ma'am, I request you to please join us on the dais. It is an honor to have amongst us Mr. M. Anand, Principal Councillor, Indian Green Building Council. So I request you to please take this seat on the dais. We are delighted to have with us Mr. Tanmay Tatave, Director, Environmental Design Solutions. So please join us on the stage. And completing this elite list of panelists, we have with us Mr. Syed Fardeen Hashmi, CEO, Radisson Casual Wear Limited, Dhaka. I welcome you on the stage, sir. The chair for the session, Professor Paul, has been serving as a faculty at SPA since 1990. The felicitations received include Indian Buildings Congress Medal, Architectural Engineering Gold Medal by Institution of Engineers India, Commendation Certificate for the Technical Paper by Indian Buildings Congress, Felicitation Plaque by Indian Plumbing Association, Honorary Membership by Fire and Security Association of India, and so on. He has published around 70 papers and made several technical presentations at national and international conferences in the area of fire safety, quality management, and building science. He is director in the governing body of Indian Plumbing Skill Council and chairs the committee for developing curriculum for various job roles for plumbing skill development. With this, the stage is set with all the illustrious names for a perfect morning, and I hand over the session to Professor Paul. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. Very warm good morning to everybody. I think we're thankful to Honorable Minister for setting the agenda. In a short while, she would actually present the challenge that we have to kind of respond, so to say. And I think it's easier to pick it up from that kind of set of powerful statements stating the kind of the difficulty with the government has to deal with. So we have a lot to contribute in that sense. Let me introduce my esteemed panelists. We have Tanmay. He is Executive Director, EDS, Environmental Design Solutions. I would say he is committed to the core, and the core really means core, because if you go to his office, you will only be given sustainable food. So that's the level of commitment that he has, and he lives sustainability by a commitment. EDS by far has one of the largest and the most comprehensive set of sustainability consulting portfolio. Entire gamut practically, I would say, is dealt with, whether it is policy, energy efficiency, code development, and simulation capability certification, everything. And they've been involved with sustainability, the landmark projects of Government of India, ECPC. One of the earliest times they were in the picture, and so they've seen actually the whole process of sustainability from the beginning. And I believe that that's the time when sustainability was also being picked up by Dr. Jain in terms of IGBC and other issues. So it's kind of one of the earliest issues. I would say one of the most comprehensive engagement on sustainability demonstrated by professional excellence. Many congratulations to you for spearheading by your example. We have Anand here from IGBC. If you are looking at trainings and engagement with industry, Anand is the guy for IGBC, and I think he has the best portfolio for engaging with people. Plays a significant role in IGBC for promoting the green pursuits. Whenever, as far as our interest is concerned, from textile and sustainability perspective, whenever there is an issue of upscaling capacities, I think Anand will be the guy that we will be looking at. We have Syed Fardeen Hashmi, our friend from Bangladesh. I would say he has really the ground pulse. Has been working with the people. They work with, ladies and gentlemen, 5,000 employees, of course, constantly, continuously motivating towards implementing sustainability at the people level, be that ensuring health and hygiene for female employees, reducing carbon footprints, looking at biodegradable jute bags. I think marvelous stories in a short while I could understand from Hashmi, and it's a fantastic engagement. Many congratulations. And I think we are looking at the kind of ground level difficulties and how to kind of build on that, because that's where the real challenge would be. And ILAPAD, of course, here we will be looking at that as well. Great opportunity to work with the organization. Then we have Dr. Cherali, my colleague from School of Planning and Architecture, completed a doctorate in energy and sustainability domain. She was a visiting scholar at the Michigan State University under Bhavan Fellowship Program, that's the Building Energy Efficiency Higher and Advanced Network Fellowship, and she worked with Professor Sayar. I was just looking at, she's alumnus of BITS Pilani, SPA Delhi, Oxford Brookes, MSU, and maybe a all secret, possibly University of West of England now, Bristol, UK, with the most comprehensive academic experience that one can bring in. And we're looking at academic perspective by her involvement, the fantastic background of the panels that we have here. I would restrict my opening remarks and kind of will keep on bringing. I think we can begin with the first panelist. Then we can invite you to share your thoughts. What we'll do is we'll have a first round of few thoughts, maybe 6 to 8 minutes odd, and then we'll see how the time is, and then we will go to the second round and wrap up with that. And maybe we will try 7 to 10 minutes for the question and answers. And again, I invite you to share your thoughts on basically looking at the challenges. You have a wide variety of organizations, industry portfolio, and what are the kind of challenges of sustainability issues we can look at, and how do we build on that? And let's have your thoughts.
Thank you so much, sir. I think the broad ground for the need for sustainability has already been covered. So we do know that there's a global urgency, and it's now being felt at an individual level as well. So at every level, we do see that the connection with energy, water, waste, pollution, air quality, all of those things is hitting us now. When we specifically look at this industry, and I think we've been very fortunate that we have seen this apparel, garment, textile industry actually started off as being very, it was one of the most unregulated industries with a lot of issues with worker health and safety, production, but I think it's one of the few industries that's seen that transformation because of several global and local concerns that have come together. And over the years, we've been part of several of these projects. I remember almost 10 years ago, there was a project in Sri Lanka for Brandix, a few other apparel manufacturers there started looking at getting aware about environmental impact, and their motivation at that time was just to start off by looking at addressing the global concern from the Western buyers. That was the motivation. That there are buyers from Europe and America, and they wanted to make sure that because of their customers, they have the supply chain that's getting green. So the first few people just did it. For them, it was just meeting another regulatory requirement. But in that process, what happened really changed their own outlook towards sustainability, and they could connect it from a Western outlook towards getting a branding to actually what happens to their own profitability, their own immediate environment, and their own workers. And that has actually propelled it even further. So now I think any apparel or garment industry is looking at issues of, let's say, what the minister talked about, wastewater or energy or their own workers, not necessarily only because there's like this global environment. I think they're looking at it from their own profitability. Now coming back to it, the issue is that we already have a lot of environmental regulations that govern the industry in terms of use of energy, labor laws, waste, everything that we would want to see. But the connect between those regulations and laws to their day-to-day life and practice is absolutely not there. It's seen as another audit, it's seen as another requirement. The moment people have started looking at it as something that can help them with actually better operations, things have changed. So I can give you examples of several projects where, for example, I'll give you two specific examples. One was we designed a factory in Noida, and this was two things that came back to us. One was a garment factory cannot have daylighting because color matching is difficult, and you have different things and light changes, and how do you match color shades when doing that. And it was almost a 1 year battle to actually do it, demonstrate it, and of course it requires good design, that you have a balance of natural light with artificial light that can ensure that there's uniformity through the year, and at the end of this 1 year with actual demonstration, we have to build a separate space where we say, okay, now get your workers to work here and see the number of mistakes that are happening. Now that whole notion has changed. Industry now recognizes there is a value. So now factories, earlier garment factories were completely non-daylight. And now people have started puncturing these with skylights, having side lights and natural light for people. And that has made a big difference in the people working in these spaces, their connection with the outdoors, for them to be able to see whether it is day or night or the conditions outside. They have reduced the number of breaks they take. So they have actually increased their productivity. The other factor was comfort. So, of course, we all know that the Delhi climate, and if you're designing something here, we have very harsh summers and winters can be tough too. In this climate, we said you can't really have a factory where there's a large density of people, where you have no comfort conditioning. We're not saying air conditioning, but at least make it comfortable. And it was a big expense, of course, for a factory to be able to change from industry practice of not getting any air conditioning to having slightly better comfort where you're within the building code comfort standards. After a lot of convincing, we made that argument that can you do it without increasing your operational cost? Will be a little 5% increase in your capital cost, but we'll make sure your operation cost is low. This factory actually did it. 2 years after this was done, we went back and said, okay, what is your experience with running a factory and is your cost higher? He said, this is the best decision I've ever made. And his reason was that your workers don't want to leave the factory. So they have better retention. People are ready to work in that factory for slightly lower wages than work in another factory which is uncomfortable, number one. Number two, their actual cost per piece has actually come down because people are staying longer, being more productive. So I'm saying there is a big change, there is an opportunity where we start looking at sustainability from a human-centric perspective, then it works for profit, it works for planet and all of that, but that integration of all of this into design and thinking has to come from the very beginning.
Thank you, Ranbir. I think that deals with the issues related to the facilities fairly well and the kind of challenges that we would be looking at. In terms of facilities design, we have various issues related to the male and female workers, their facilities, drainage, etc. And basically the integrities of physical environment. On the other side, we have some intangible issues emerging, such as efficiency, energy efficiency, productivity, and then we have issues related to the safety. I'm sure in the last session there will be a lot of things discussed about that, in fire safety. Now this is where the paradox is, the manufacturer's paradox. So while even if you want to do it, there is a difficulty in handling within your the cost, and as the minister was saying, how you can make it little more motivating for the manufacturer. It's easier said than actually done, because you have to fit into that kind of a motivational level as well. And then actually, as you say, the audit becomes more of a formality because it doesn't sit down for that process. And for that, let me come to Anand. Yeah, sure. Anand has a lot of experience on IPPC rating systems, and I'm sure you already have a path-breaking factories rating system. And how do you kind of connect the two in terms of the peculiarities of this industry and what your experience there has been? And the buildings is actually a step for something else. Here, this industry is by itself is a step, and the next step, it is the purpose itself actually. So here, how this kind of approach would work? Would you like to hear your thoughts on that?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor. Thanks for a wonderful setting of this entire panel. And my colleague and friend Tanmay, who has a rich experience, who was part of IGBCs ever since we started in 2001, has hit the nail right on the forehead. I will just run through what collectively as we from the Indian Green Building Council have done as far as the factory, more so for the textile and apparel unit. So what is our experience I would love to highlight. So I have a very long presentation, but I will stick to the first 6 or 7 minutes what we have done. So this is our own IGBC headquarters, which Dr. Jain Saab mentioned about in this video. All of you are welcome to this center. This is the world's greenest building, where we got the rating on 13th of November 2003, and then inaugurated by then President His Excellency Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And IGBC is the India's only council representing India's all the sustainability activities through the World GBC initiatives. So if you see the vision set by people like you, the vision of the Indian Green Building Council IGBC is to enable a sustainable built environment for all. It is not that we wanted to work only with a few corporate buildings or few high-end buildings. So whenever we talk about the textile and apparels, which is a manpower intensive one, When you talk about the cement or a power plant, these are all power intensive, energy intensive units. Whereas when you come to textile and apparel units, these are all manpower intensive ones. Even if you walk into MSME, which the Honorable Minister mentioned, hundreds of people will be there in a small space like this. So we in IGBC, ever since we started in 2001, Dr. Premsi Jain Saab and all our executive board members, we always wanted the people to be in the spotlight. Apart from the energy reduction and apart from the water reduction, people comfort with respect to the daylight, thermal comfort and acoustical comfort is always a prime what the focus of all our IGBC rating programs. So as our Dr. Jain Saab always mentions, green buildings are not new to us. Like what we have 5 fingers in our palm, the 5 elements of nature is completely integrated in our DNA actually. When you talk about a green textile factory, you need not look at West or anywhere else. So the 5 elements of nature, what we call it as a site, energy, water, material and indoor air quality is completely aligned with defining what is a green building as far as IGBC is concerned. A green factory as far as the textile industry or apparel industry is concerned is the one which conserves natural resources, which uses less water during construction as well as operation. Third is on optimizing energy efficiency. Fourth is on sourcing the materials very efficiently. Last but not the least is provides a much more healthier spaces for every occupant and every worker, whether it is a high-end or an MSME or a small scale also. So as I told you earlier, it is completely aligned with our ancient Indian wisdom or ethos, what we call it as a Panchaputas in a vernacular language. So there is a reason green factories or green textile is not new to the Indian context. So Puneet, can you just skip through it? Some of the slides. So what it started as one center in IGBC headquarters, today with the support of all the stakeholders, we have 7 billion square feet right from Srinagar right up to the Andaman Nicobar's or Andaman Nicobar's. You are working the project from Shillong to Kutch, cutting across all the 5 climatic zones. Why I am saying this is textile industry is also spread all over. Tanmay beautifully articulated about a Noida project. When I take this Noida project experience to somewhere else in Jaipur or Tirupur in down south in Tamil Nadu, some of the features may not be possible due to the climatic conditions, working conditions. So there is a reason we have spread across all over the country. We engage all the stakeholders. Glad to see a lot of professionals and students who have turned up in a large number because students are part of the Indian green building movement for the last 20 years. So we are the only council in the whole country. The World Green Building Council has 70 countries across the world, right from Africas and Americas to Australias. But India collectively, we all should feel proud. We are the only country which has 25 rating programs to suit every building typology. Places where we live, where we work, where we learn, where we travel, where we shop. All of them are adopting green because green is in our blood and our DNA. As the Minister also mentioned about when are we meeting next, she said before going. So she said that she has given an appointment tomorrow. So when we develop a rating program also, we are saying this is we engage the relevant ministry. So all your today's deliberations with the support of all the dignitaries here as well as all the dais, we will go and represent to the ministry tomorrow. So we closely engage with the ministries. Puneet, can you run through it? So we have rich experience collectively handling more factories. So long time ago, almost 12 years ago, we launched the India's first rating program focusing on manufacturing facilities and factories. So as Tanmay again I mentioned, the entire focus is on operational health. Go back. Operational health, daylighting, excellent indoor air quality, excellent indoor quality. So this is our focus. So ever since we started in 2009 on the developing a rating program, workforce comfort and health is given more importance, which has resulted in enhanced productivity in every single factory which has adopted our IGBC rating program. And you literally run through it. So all our building projects are built around the environment because there are a lot of negativity, nothing is happening. You see, many projects, there are live examples how they implemented the mitigation of microclimate or the heat island effects, the cool roofs, a roof that grows rice, how by applying small paints and other elements, how we can bring down the temperature heat ingress in the system, ultra low flow fixtures in the factories, how the water metering is done in many of the factories, natural way of treating the wastewater. The Honorable Minister also mentioned about the wastewater and how do we treat it. For example, when you are working with the Tirupur unit, the Tirupur unit has thousands of small units. Now they wanted to bring the entire Tirupur as a city as a whole actually. So rather than going in for an individual unit to put an STP, it will not be sustainable. That's what Honorable Minister also said, it should be affordable. So we are working with Tirupur for the entire units to have this kind of facility. So we are doing this kind of a measures. These are all the live examples of green measures implemented in various factories, which includes the textiles and apparels, both with respect to the wall, the envelope, the HVAC system, the energy. Can you believe this is a manufacturing facility? It looks like a modern data center or an IT park or a mall actually. But all the motorbikes are manufactured here or the Hero motor car. Puneet, you can rush to the textile. Can you? Well, I don't want to get into the details. This presentation area is shared with all the participants through the Memorial Trust. So this results in substantial reduction in the energy, water consumption, intangible benefits. These are all documented. And we had an MOU with the T. T stands for Tirupur Exporters Association. So we are working with all the textile and apparel units in Tirupur, in down south in Tamil Nadu, in enhancing the energy efficiency, bringing in more and more renewable energy, and the amount of waste generated in the textile industry is huge. So how do we manage it in a much better way? Water management is given more trust. So this is how the roadmap for the green growth in the entire city of Tirupur is being. We are working with them for the last 2 years. So we have a rich experience in Bangladesh thanks to our friends. So these are the few snapshots wherein me and my colleagues have signed an MOU with Bangladesh Knitwear Manufacturers Exporters Association, popularly known as BKME, and we are closely working with them also to pass on these benefits and how we can enhance the energy efficiency. These are the live examples. You see the textile units which are adopted our IGBC rating program. So these are the green features implemented by adopting our rating program so that they are able to bring in energy efficiency, bring in enhanced water efficiency, better comfort levels, and hygiene is being improved upon. So these are the few projects we wanted to highlight. Most of the leading brands which has a manufacturing facility in India, they all adopted our IGBC rating program all across the country. The Faizabads, Noidas, the focus areas, as I said, mostly on the materials, energy, water. So with this brief, I am available for any further discussion as we go along. Thank you, Dr. Paul, for giving us an opportunity to share what we are collectively doing for the Indian engineering sector.
Thank you, Aman, for a very elaborate and useful overview of IGBC engagements and how you've been dealing with the apparel industry. And I invite our friend Ashmi. I'm very much impressed by the kind of work you were doing, Ashmi. You're engaged with the people and pick up an area of where it touches the people and especially the needs of women at that level, where the kind of facilities, with their needs, the family, social structure, it's very, very complex. And I think as a team of facilities and processes, one way of looking at the processes in terms of the machines, the other is the people who are connected with the machines. Machine has no emotion, but people who are part of that process, we need to see how we are looking at that. And I think that's a very, very fundamental issue. When we look at the facilities and the processes where the stakeholders are the ones who are engaged in that. Ashmi, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
So thank you very much and have a good day. So I'll be sharing some experiences which I am facing in my factories. So I'm Fardin, as I've got introduced with you. So we have two facilities in Bangladesh. One is, we have two units. One is the Radisson Garments Limited. Another one is the Radisson Casual Wear Limited. So both are having the sewing lines. Both are having the oven sewing lines. So the Radisson Garments Limited, it has 10 sewing lines running currently, and it has the production capacity of almost 325,000 pieces per month. The other one, which has the laundry unit integrated with that one, so it has a production capacity of almost 225,000 pieces per month with running of 7 lines currently, but we are planning to take it in by next future months. We are trying to make it 15. So total we have 17 ceiling lines and we are planning to make it 25 and we have a annual turnover of almost 50 million US dollars per year, and we have a total manpower of 3,500 persons, and we have some other supporting staff as well. We have the sewing lines of 65 sewing machines in a line, in a sewing line, and we produce denim and non-denim both for men's and women's, and tops and bottoms as well. So we work for some European customers and the USA customers as well. So among European customers, we have Lidl, we have Brands Fashion, we have Ospik. These 3 and 4s are from Germany. The other one, OVS, is from Italy. The next one is Contour, which was previously known as VF Asia. So they have got separated. You might have known the label of Lee and Wrangler. That they are also very popular in India also. So we work for them and we export to India as well. We export to India, China, and USA for Contour. So what makes us successful in this industry as Radisson? The first one, we make the on-time delivery and we do not compromise the quality. The last and the most important part is we try to make a viable workplace where the workers and the employees get comfortable to work. And we have the ethical operations and we use the most out of our resources, and definitely we have the strength in CSR objectives that make us successful in this industry. So we have the motto of ensuring the safety for all the employees, not in terms of only that water and wastewater management. We work for social compliance, we work for building safety, fire safety and everything. We meet the brand's quality, we ensure the on-time delivery, and definitely we work for minimizing the costs, because the buyers currently are not giving us that much of cost, and the market is getting very competitive in Bangladesh also and in India also. So we are also working in the cost, and not only the cost, but we are also trying to get the productivity higher, and we definitely want to boost the employees' morale. So I'll be talking about 3 areas today. The one is the safety, the other one is the environment, and lastly I'll be touching the social compliance part. In terms of safety, we complied with all the building codes of Bangladesh National Building Code, BNBC. And for the first unit, which we had started earlier, we retrofitted all the building, all the columns. So it costed us a lot, because that was a previous building and that was not strong. So in terms of electrical wirings, we replaced some circuit breakers, and we covered all the naked wires, and we replaced some things. In terms of fire hydrant and fire safety, we installed the central fire detection system in our premises, so that if accidentally any fire breaks out, the fire hydrant system gets on automatically. So you might have heard about the name of Accord and Alliance. There have been an accident back in 2013 in Dhaka. There was a 8-story building that name is Rana Plaza. So it got collapsed, and almost 1,134 people got died. I mean, they have been termed as murdered. So there was a very lack of building safety and fire safety and everything. So the whole building got collapsed. So that actually took the way for Accord and Alliance, and we actually are enlisted in Accord and Alliance because the brands actually formed these 2 organizations. The Accord is for European buyers, and the Alliance is for the American customers. So in Accord, this screenshot has been taken from Accord. So Radisson Garments has a progress rate of 98%. Why I have put it like this? Because Radisson Garments is a very older unit. It's like before Rana Plaza, it operated for 4 to 5 years. So being an old building, you can also think of renewable things or renovation, and you can make your building sustainable. So all our employees have got the basic fire and safety trainings, and obviously 18%, as per the requirement of the law, 18% of the employees have got the firefighting training from the authority. So let's come to the environmental part, as we have the laundry unit integrated in our other unit. So we have the GOTS certificate, Global Organic Textile Standard certificate, and to maintain the chemical management, we ensure the chemical information log, CIL, and we do not allow to have the RSL, the restricted substance list, in our factory. And we test the garments, I mean the produced garments, for RSL and everything. So this is one thing I would like to share with you. We have invented a sustainable recipe in our factory, in our laundry unit, and we have saved like 600,000 liters of water, 300 hours of energy, I mean time, and 2,250 kgs of chemicals. So in last 7 months, we are practicing like this. So we have tracked this one. And if you want to know, I will share it with you in detail offline. So how we did that? We actually redesigned the processes and we eliminated some of the processes, but we didn't compromise with the quality, product quality. So in each wash cycle, we reduced 800 liters of water, which was not that much of necessary in terms of quality. We definitely consumed less times, almost 10 minutes per cycle, and we used 1,300 grams of chemicals compared to the less chemicals compared to the conventional one. So as we have the laundry unit, we have set up an ETP. This one is a biochemical ETP, and that continuously treats water, and it treats water 40,000 liters per hour. So it has a wastewater treatment plan. We do the wastewater treatment once in every year from ITS or SGS, from the third party, and locally with the government officials, we do it quarterly. So this is another concept I definitely like to share. We produce the garments, so we produce the wastes as well, the cutting wastages. So we burn those wastages in those boilers to produce the steam. And we use the steams for dryers and the steam irons. So we do not have the gas connection, natural gas connection. We only use this one. We use the garment scrap as the fuel of these boilers. So there are 2 boilers, 2 tons of each. And in a month, we burn like 200 tons of cutting wastages, which is compared to almost 180,000 CFT of natural gas. So we are saving that one. So we have recently introduced the heat index. You might have heard about this. This is a parameter, sustainable parameters, which the buyers are also imposing, and we are also getting practiced. So we track the 6 areas like energy, water, wastewater, air emission, waste, and chemicals. We track in each year or in each month how much we are consuming or burning, and the next year we set a target like we will consume less, like 4 to 5% or 10% less than the previous year. So we started this one, and we are planning to have the self-assessment very shortly. So let's come to the social compliance one. This is the most vital part I would like to share with you, because before the Rana Plaza, before the 10 years, it was like nightmare for every admin and HR persons. Oh, the audit is coming. Oh, I should be prepared like that. So now this thing has got a little bit changed, and now we are getting accustomed with the social compliance practices in most of the factories. But nevertheless, there are some factories which are yet to be improved, and we are one of them who are pioneering this improvement. So we have the Workers' Participation Committee with us, and the Grievance Committee and Safety Committee is there as well, and we provide the free medical services for all the employees. So another thing, we do not pay the hand cash to all the employees as the salary. We use the digital payment system. So we are including the whole employee base in the digital payment system. We are doing this by Bikash. You might have heard the name of BRAC. This is the largest NGO of the world. So they are actually affiliating with us, and we ensure that this money, this salary directly goes to the employee's phone number, and they may cash at any time. So this enhances the security of the money and definitely improves the savings behavior and obviously contributes to the female empowerment. So how Elapad and Zerdison is connected? Elapad actually, if maybe most of the persons who are present here know, but Elapad, those who don't know, Elapad is the reusable sanitary napkin which is made of cutting wastages, jute. I mean, in Bangla we call it jute, which is the cutting wastages. So we make it, I mean our workers make the Elapad or the sustainable sanitary napkins themselves to use by themselves. So first we created the awareness. The first one was started with the management. So the management people, the top management, they started to think how will it will be benefited for us. I mean, will it increase the profit? Will it increase the business? So we were the people, me and along with some other persons. So we tried to convince the management that it will definitely not hit in the direct manner, but definitely in some near future, it will increase the productivity and everything. So first we started with the senior management, then we started with the production personnel, because all the production people always concentrate on the production. No need for other activities. So we had a battle to convince them. Then we convinced the human resource department and health and medical officials, and at last we convinced the compliance team. The biggest thing we did, and as we feel, that we broke the taboo and we aware all the employees that this menstrual hygiene or female hygiene management system is important for the employees, because all the employees who are not eligible for buying the costlier ones, they are not using this at all. The sanitary napkins are not that much convenient to them also. I mean, in terms of prices and everything. So we developed the skills. We created some core teams, and we oriented them the menstrual hygiene management system and the indicators as well. We included the female workers, and we built the capacity to produce the Elapad, to produce the sanitary napkin themselves. And we created a buffer. I mean, when you lay the lay the fabric in the cutting table, you find some buffers. So we found the buffers in the CAD system, and we used those buffers to produce the Elapad. So no need for extra fabric and no need for other investment. So how we measured? We started with a pilot line of 95 workers. So one line we took, and we started to track their productivity and their absenteeism. So in last 3 months, we started this one, and we got this result. Like on an average, the absenteeism was like 5% in a month. So it has got reduced to almost 2.5%. So it got half in last 3 months. The productivity per individual persons, it got increased by 1.2% in 3 months. And as Elapad suggests, they reduce the consumption of water by using the Elapad. We have saved 285,000 liters of water and 95 kg of carbon dioxide in a month. So that was the saving we had using the Elapad in our facility. And we involved the other persons as well. We recently, one German minister, Dr. Gerd Müller, visited our facility. So we introduced the Elapad to him also. And we introduced our other customers and suppliers in the supply chain, and the customers as well. So we are trying to develop a whole collaborated network to make the apparel industry of Bangladesh sustainable. So this was some photos of Mr. Dr. Gerd Müller. He is the Federal Minister of Germany for the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. So he visited our factory. He has a project, his own project, Brunner Knopf. It's green button. So there are 46 parameters you need to comply. And Radisson is the first company in the whole world to produce the Brunner Knopf product in the whole world. So it's a big privilege for us to be in this platform. So we actually want to make our country as the sustainable hub or green hub of apparel industry, and we want to rebrand Bangladesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashwin. Very interesting kind of issues that you've touched upon, and I had a very practical experience in each one of them, starting from codes, safety, electrical safety, fire safety, compliance to HIGS, and very innovative idea about waste utilization. And I think not many would actually think that way and then compare with the kind of energy savings that you have. So here is a situation where the profitability is not only undertaking the initiative, but also you can make money out of it. I mean, that's the kind of an opportunity one is looking at when looking at improvements and self-sustaining, how you keep on moving from one goal to the other. Very, very interesting. And then how you connect with the people actually, by be that digital payments or looking at your own people, and how closely you pick up an area where the issues of your main stakeholders, the women in particular, and you connect it with your industry. Very, very responsible, undertaking, and that's why I was impressed, and again, it's a great privilege to have you here. I'll request Mr. Valley to share. You see, now we need to, for a long-term engagement in sustainability in this paradigm, we also need to have the academic perspective, because it's only through the academic inquiry, research, and looking at new options and creating a capacity on a continual basis from as we grow with experiences. We need to have some kind of a roadmap for that. And I think we request Mr. Valley to look at some of these issues and share some thoughts on that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So, good morning. I take the liberty today on behalf of my academic fraternity to have a very staggered view on what we think is sustainability in the textile and apparel industry. So over the last 2.5 to 3 decades, we have been hearing about sustainability in the construction industry, basically the built environment. So when we brainstormed at SPA and we thought about it, that how is it different? Then we came across an idea of what we call as objective assessment, which I'll take you through. But the basic premise is that not all sustainability can be thought of as same, and not all previous knowledge can be used as a stepping stone to achieve sustainability in another sector. So basically, while the experience of last 3 decades of construction in industry and the built environment having the green rating systems is appreciable and it can be used, but it cannot be used as in totality to achieve sustainability for a sector where your productivity completely depends on how hungry you are and how hungry your 4 kids are at home. So this is a very different industry that we have at hand, where the built environment or the building is far less important probably, and the human factor, that is the workers per se, are more important. So when we thought about it, we came across something called an objective assessment for holistic improvement of the textile and apparel industry workers, and not just achieving it through greening a building. While green building rating system is appreciable effort and will be used as one part of the sustainability process, what is it that we can think of far ahead of it? One another thing that we thought of is that we do, while the other industry, manufacturing, policy drivers and consultancies and IGBC would be taking care of all these sustainability issues, we thought that what is it that we have to do different? And one was that we have to change the thinking process. We cannot think wrongly this time, because it took us 3 decades to achieve green building rating system. We cannot start thinking in terms of something and then arriving somewhere else. So the first thing is what we call as objective assessment, a premise and a hypothesis that The sustainability is a holistic thing which incorporates the factory workers, the facility as such, and the productivity and well-being of workers. The assessment envisages that we will bring in transparency and disclosure. One of the most important aspects of this industry is that we do not know what is happening. With the construction industry and the manufacturing industry, we are all there. We know what is happening, how many square feet of rating is there, how many buildings are there, how many plaques are being given out, how many LEED certified, how many IGBC certified, and that's quite a stupendous effort. But then when we think about the garment industry, we don't have any transparency and disclosure. The first is to know what is going wrong rather than trying to get a fit of something that we think is right. So moving on from what is the academic perspective on this is that we have to do a research on thinking of how to do a research differently. The other is that we have to have a validation on it, which means we need to know from the productivity of what is the productivity of the garment industry. We cannot have quick fixes. We cannot just have a facility being done as green and not thinking about the workers who are going to work in it and their hunger, their poverty. And we cannot have a quick fix or a low-hanging fruit in this case. We have to have a long-term vision. And the other is that the current academic perspective is quite obscure because there is no research path-breaking that has happened. So how do we come across it? So for that, we have 4 key concepts. So the first is the facility in operation. This is 1/4 of it, which is of course the facility and the operations, and which will be taken care of by the rating systems and the facilities and people like Saeed, who has done a great job. Then we have to think about workers' wealth and health and wellness. How do you measure productivity? How do you connect productivity with sickness, and how do you connect productivity with giving them more daylight? Is there any matrix that is there? In construction industry, we have the productivity data. But do we have any kind of productivity data of how you connect somebody who is threading constantly for 16 hours and how hungry he or she is and how many garments will he or she produce? And of course, what has not been touched upon is the supply chain. You cannot alone be ethical. You have to be ethical on the ground that your entire supply chain, the people from where you're procuring some material and the people to whom you are delivering your goods, are all ethical in their approach to sustainability. And how do we connect it? Is that we do not have to start reinventing the wheel. We can of course connect it with the sustainable development goals of the country, which is also a national mission. We have 9 national missions and all of them are connected to the sustainability development goal, the 17 SDGs, which we have to achieve till 2030. So why not connect our sustainability goals of this industry to all the sustainability goals of worldwide and global perspective? So why so? Very simple. We have about 45 million people who are here and 70% of them are women. So this is the second largest employer of the world. So we have to do something for the people who are employing so many people and apparently giving them so low wages. So of course we need to connect it with the environmental, social and economic sustainability rather than just the wellness, productivity. And last not least, we have some points for thinking ahead, which we have divided into 3 parts. The first is situation at hand, how do you create capacities? Second is setting goals, welfare initiatives, productivity enhancement, skill trainings, industry best practices. I'm sure somebody is doing something very good there, like Saeed and Radisson at Bangladesh. Waste utilization. And the last is hierarchy of development. Where do you start thinking? Do you start thinking bottom-up workers level, or do you take it straight like the Honorable Minister has invited the panel, esteemed panel? So do you start thinking right from the ministry level, or do you start thinking at the worker level initiative? So these are the academic perspectives that we have brainstormed, and I hope it will be taken ahead.
Thank you, Mr. I think one of the things that we are discussing was also that bringing in the issue of people and bringing them into how good or bad we are with respect to these, and our colleagues from maybe even will actually further elaborate on that. And if we are good, we are good holistically. We cannot be good in bits and pieces. And that's where the whole problem is. We face that in construction industry day in, day out. For codes, compliance is only minimal because it costs money. I think what point which Chetali, if I can get that, says is get to the sustainability as a mindset, and that's where you connect everything together, you know. And it's a much bigger agenda, and that's where academia has to pick it up in the long-term engagement, and not quick fix rollouts for time-to-time basis. You know, that's where the academia partnership with the industry and the interest groups like the trust is very, very important. May I actually ask you in the last around 1.5 minutes to wrap up and just give us some takeaways from what you would like to suggest.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Actually, the main thing I would like to focus that, as I have already mentioned in the presentation also, you need to be holistic and you need to integrate the whole things. Like, it's not about only the water and the wastewater. It's definitely should start from the safety of the building. Definitely should start from the hygiene and the well-being of the employees, especially the female employees. And definitely it should be concerned about the environment. So I would say if we can practice the whole things in small manners even, let's say in India, I don't know the real situation here, but I'm perceiving that it's not that much good than Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh also there are a lot of scope for development, for improvement in terms of social and environmental part, and in India also. So from my point, I would say that we can contribute a little bit from our side, a little step forward, and we can make it a bigger one if we can perceive the feeling of sustainability in our heart. So thank you all, and I would hand it over to Dr. Paul to conclude this session. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the framework that you've outlined, Chetali, is quite comprehensive. I think there has been a lot of discussion and thought on this globally as well. The UNIDO's, the resource efficient and cleaner production goal addresses these three things, which is better economics, which is linked to better resource use, minimize environmental impact of production, and finally social enhancement and well-being as being the three connected issues for responsible consumption and production. But I think from one of the SDG goals that I think is very, very important from this perspective is the one which is looking at responsible consumption and production, where just production side is just one half of the story. I just read it recently. Yesterday there was an interview that said that when we are willing, or not willing, when our interest is to buy a t-shirt which is cheaper than the cost of coffee, cup of coffee, then you have to figure out that, at whose cost is that happening. And so therefore, there is an awareness that needs to be built from our side as well as what is it that we are willing to pay, number one. And number two, that, the minimum standard of living is affordable for a worker. And I think that takes care of a lot of other things. So this is more about the social part of affordable wages. And all of us will have to bear that cost together, because it can't just be with this competitive industry where you just have a race to the bottom otherwise. Thanks, sir.
See, in our IGBC's experience, what we felt is every industry is facing a lot of challenges, whereas especially the garment industry and textile industry, it's very dynamic. I mean, I'm not an expert in the garment industry, because when the oil prices goes up, or in summer, some other states the power is not available, or the dollar exchange, 65 and 70 rupees for an IT industry is different for a garment industry. So that is the reason getting my building which consumes least energy and least water gives a very big advantage for survival of that particular phase issue. So that is the reason IGBC is ready, though it is only energy and water starts off, because the margins are 10 paise per piece. So when I bring down my energy consumption by few units, whether for the decision maker of an MD, we work with them to take that order from Europe or Japan or America, this makes a world of difference. So going green is very important to get your infrastructure so that it consumes less energy, less water without compromising on the comfort levels. The safety, security, hygiene is always addressed, number one. Number two is based on the IGBC's infrastructure going green. Many of you may not be aware, we launched 2 more rating programs, what we call it as a Green Co. Green Co, the CO stands for the company. The company as such, when it goes green, the community goes green. When the community goes green, the country goes green. So there we talk about, building is only one pillar of the 10 actually. We go into the life cycle analysis, the product stewardship, where I am sourcing the material, how I package it, how would I transport the raw material as well as the finished material, all that, whatever you mentioned, in a way or two we are addressing it. Third rating is, as a consumer, as Tanmay and others said, when I go to the retail shop, I don't know anything about this. For example, some of the t-shirts, what you see in the Australian Open, owned by the ball boys and the ball girls, they are all from Tirupur actually. They are all converted from 13 PET bottles. So that is, we call it as a Green Pro certified. Green PRO. PRO stands for product. As a layman, when I am going to touch or buy 100 rupees, I don't have the time to go through the Higg index, this and that. So when it says it is a Green Pro certified, it takes care of all the processes also. Whether the boiler is using the cut pieces, as my friend from Sayed from Dhaka said, or where I am sourcing the water, how I am treating it is all captured in a holistic way. So in my opinion, with IGBC's rating program for the hard infrastructure of the apparel and textile unit going green, followed up by the Green Pro and Green Co, will address holistically to start with. We will be more than happy to work with academia, institution, and the minister you saw her. Whether you wanted to meet today or tomorrow, she is saying that. So we will be more than happy to join hands with you through the trust to take it forward, number one. Number two is, we also work on the entire supply chain actually. For example, many of the retail stores have adopted IGBC rating program. You walk into, I am not marketing them, of well-known as well as the smaller ones, because if the retail shop consumes less energy, at the end of the day, the consumer gets benefit. So retail stores also is going green, though the space may be 5,000 square meters or less than that. How well they will be able to reduce their energy, lighting, air conditioning load. We are working with some of the smallest stores also. So what you are trying to tell us, right from the designers, manufacturers, the factories, how it is getting sourced, transported, and how it is getting purchased also. In a way, we are addressing it in a circular economy or whatever you want to mention. We are doing it. We will be more than happy to join hands with you to take it forward deep.
Thank you.
Deep dive.
Thank you. Takeaways.
A very simple takeaway probably is that we have to stop self-guilt trapping ourselves, thinking that where are we buying our products from. Second is that sustainability somehow has a larger label in terms of price, because every time you go and you buy an organic product, it somehow has a 50% higher premium. So as the minister also said that cost is an issue. The third thing is that since a lot of work has already been done by my esteemed panelists and other people in the field, we actually have to build upon that knowledge, but have to think about it a little differently. We cannot take that step from this to that. It has to be thought of in this way, that we have to catch our ears in a circular way, and that is what the circular economy is all about. But other than that, just one thing is that please don't guilt trap yourself into thinking that I will not be buying any more textile and apparel. You'll be putting the industry on hold in that way. Also is that there's nothing wrong in us being consumers, and there's nothing wrong in not thinking a little bit, and there's also nothing wrong in thinking also. So just be a consumer, but buy responsibly.
Thank you. Can you take 3 questions and 3 line answers by our panelists. Question 1. 3 questions and 3 line answers.
One of the things I wanted to ask is that as the minister was saying about these small and medium-sized enterprises, right? So a lot of these are, many of them are mom and pop shops, right? 100 people, 50 people, 200 people, and employ casual labor, right? So what I want to understand is maybe from the panelist standpoint, how can one think about facilities there when they are just trying to get a shack and put some machines and get some garments out, right? So can IGBC ratings address some of those? What would be methods or approaches to think about that setting?
Yeah. 3 line answers.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. Dr. Narayan, see, that's the reason I said we are working with a lot of small-scale industries. For example, because Dr. Paul said 3 line answer. Tata Motors get a lot of products from lakhs and lakhs of SMEs. We work with one guy who has got only 20 people giving him one small glass component as big as this. When we started reading the
Please use the mic.
higher IGPC, he cannot go for certification. So you cannot hire consultants, as you rightly said, they are in a very small space. But in the last 5 years, what they have done is, their entire business model has changed. They are now exporting to Mexico. Can you believe it? So we work with very, very small units. I'll share all the details offline actually. We do take care of them as well.
Second question.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shali Pari and I'm part of the textile sector.
What we are talking about here, as part of parallel textile industry, we are primarily talking about the manufacturing side of it, right? I want to actually ask questions regarding the consumers. When this product, which is being bought or which is being manufactured across the globe, it is bought by somebody and then it goes through multiple processes of washing, using of chemical, etc. at home. When do we plan to reach these people and bring awareness? Because it seems that sustainability, I mean, the first time I saw about, or I visited a conference was by Solidaridad in the year 2006 in Mumbai. They started talking about sustainability then, and trust me, from that day till date, I'm only hearing this still in drawing rooms and conferences and seminars. I'm so sorry, but I think it is very essential that we understand that it needs to go to that level of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, where every household understands what sustainability is. So my question to everybody present here is, what is the plan? Is it only about money, or are we seriously concerned and reach every household?
Yeah. I think this question we can answer in more than 3 lines. Would the panelists like to say? That's very important actually, and I'm glad to share that what we discussed internally, we will, I'll just share that thought with you.
Actually, we were quite inherently, as Indians, we were quite sustainable. I have had hand-downs by my brother, which I wore for a very long time. In fact, a part of the school uniform also. And then it went on, of course, there were tatters, it was used to, wipe the floor and all. So, but we have moved on to fast fashion. But it's not like industries are not doing. I think H&M and Marks and Spencer's, they call back products. And then all the Marks and Spencer's people who work across all their stores actually wear the suit and the pant which has been developed from the recycled fabrics of people bringing it back. H&M is also giving, so they're asking people to bring back products, not just their own products that they have bought somewhere else, also any company's clothes, and they are using it to manufacture what is their range called the conscious range. It's a little premium, it's a little higher premium, and other than that also I think that that's what I know, and then maybe it's
Actually, I agree to that point that we are kind of way behind or awareing the end customer. But anyhow, in the last 10 years or last 5 years even, there have been some awareness, as you have said that in maybe last 2006 you are hearing this term sustainability, and now you are hearing the same one. You are hearing maybe, but there might have been some changes. Like in terms of consumer awareness, let's say in terms of buyer's perspective, the buyers were not ready to pay the sustainable price for the sustainable product at some point of time. Now they are rethinking, like some of the giants like Levi's, like Gap, they are thinking of these sustainable practices and they are paying a little bit more for making it sustainable. Let's say if you pay 1% or 2% more on cost of making or cost of or the freight on board price, FOB price, that suffices the thing which actually contributes to the sustainable practices of the factory. So not everything is changing very fast, but there have been some wave started for in terms of the customer. But anyhow, the end consumer, the end user is yet to be more conscious about this sustainability, because in European country or the Western world, they are more conscious, but in India or this subcontinent, even in Pakistan, in Thailand or in these Asian countries, we are not that much bothered about how it is made. We are bothered about, okay, the quality is good, okay, I'll purchase that one. So, but now it's time for thinking how it has been made. Who has made that? I mean, the person who has made that, has he or she got the, liberal wages or everything? Or has this been treated with the wastewater? And these things are needed to be in discussions and in panels and everything, and also in practice also. So I agree to that point, but somehow it got a bit changed from the buyer's perspective. Thank you.
Tanmay. I think to one extent, yes, for everything that you look at, all products and services, but especially there is more focus always on the production phase than on the use phase. And sometimes, for example, whether it's an automobile or an air conditioner or some other things, there is more environmental impact during the use phase than, and for that purpose there is a different level of education awareness which needs to be there. But in all our discussion we focus more on the production side because it's easier to regulate. That's the only reason. Otherwise, from an impact perspective, we do need to move to the other side. I just want to say that there are now eco-labels that are coming to that consider the entire cradle to cradle, in fact, cradle to grave, including the use phase. So products that require less water for cleaning are actually given higher weightage. So I think we'll see the advent of that in all sectors, but especially in sectors where the use phase becomes a lot more important. The amount of water that you use in washing a garment over the life is much more than what it used during the production. It will come. Just one last point is, with due respect to what the minister is saying, this is sort of the kind of thinking that we are getting into all the time, that the environment somehow is bad for business. And that's kind of the mindset that can only be changed if I think the kind of research you're talking about, where the industry and academia is able to prove this. That, for example, the cost of STP to an MSME of treating their water, of course, is an upfront cost. But if I look at the cost of polluting the water, polluting my water body, the direct and indirect cost of that on the health of the people, maybe some of them maybe even working in that factory, is a concept that at least is not very clearly visible to a lot of us. So that's why the policy makers are seeing the direct impact. Okay, you're asking an industry to treat their water, but who will pay for it? The question is, who will pay for not doing it? And that's where our work and research needs to go.
Dr. Paul, may I add that it's come up twice or thrice. There are two aspects. One, there are institutions right here in India in the NBFC sector as well as in the government of India, the EESL is one example, who are funding such projects with investment payback, as I have seen now in 4 or 5 of these at 80 KLD to 120 KLD, small ones, MSMEs. I'm seeing that the payback is no more than about 28 to about 38 months, depending upon the quantum of effluent that I have or whatever that they have as a system. The second I'm seeing is, like Anand pointed out rightly, this isn't about market and perception. The market, if I were to take let's take the t-shirt allegory. I go and rent an office space, or I buy a t-shirt. It is to do with the people who make them happen at the back end and the accountability that they bring to such sustainability practices. That is to be emphasized, not what the customer does. The customer will buy and he's not going to change his or her mind, whatever he will or she has in the last, say, 20, 30 years. So the sexiness of sustainability doesn't need to be actually emphasized when it comes to the customer and the marketplace. Arvind is right. If we could do it in the automobile sector, why can't we do it in the MSME sector of the textiles business?
Thank you. Yeah, only one line. Thank you.
No, this is a very important point.
I have to add 2 lines.
Yeah. Only one line. See, we have not done anything very big, as you said, on bringing sensitized consumers on the textile. Whereas when you ask about the home buyers, the last 10 years with the collective effort from IGBC, we have done it. Earlier, people used to ask, if you are going to buy a house, we will only say he is offering at 5,000 square feet, why are you offering at 6,000? We will only buy. Whereas here now we brought in how many rainwater harvesting. The common man is asking these questions. We have done some success story. So we would love to learn from you all to go to them through the society, whoso is buying, whether I am buying a suit or we will do that. Second is, IGBC also brings in something called virtual water, he said. If I am buying a jeans manufactured in a beautiful facility which adopts IGBC rating graph, it consumes only 1500 liters per pair of jeans. Where it is not so green, it would have been 2000. So we are trying to do that. A tip of the iceberg, we will be more than happy to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Is it possible to create a module for our students who go to school and bring awareness towards something as grave as this? This is a very, very serious topic. Yeah. So can we educate our students, I mean, start from the basic schooling and make them more aware? Is that possible? I don't know.
Well, ma'am, I think a very important point that you highlighted, and while as a moderator's take, I'm supposed to wrap up, which I can do it in a bit of extra time. We did discuss internally with Pyle and internally with our even the trust that we have to start looking at responsible apparel. You see, it's a mountain of garbage that will be generated out of the outcome of so-called low-cost apparel, which even will be so cheap that reusing will not be a good option. Then what happens? One way to look at the waste is only in terms of at the production side. The other one is what happens when it's over, and the rate at which we are consuming. And if we do not look at where it goes, we are only creating more and more problems where it land up finally. And we have no process of looking at that waste management as yet. So responsible, the apparel will have to be addressed. Now, there was an issue on the waste which she was trying to look at. The waste is not really in terms of the materials, it also in the processes in terms of at the end of its journey. So we have to actually, in what I mentioned, the mindset has to look at the complete definition of the issue of waste, for example. And that's where somebody from academia has to sit down and look at its total impact and see in this entire chain where it impacts. And that's not a quick fix, because that's where everything will have to be sorted out. So it's an issue, but what we internally did discuss. Why would you like to add something?
I think it has to begin early, and I think students have to start thinking at a very young age. They have to go home, switch off taps if their parents are wasting water, and that's already happening. But you're right about clothes, how are they washed, how are they maintained, how much water is used. Nobody's thinking about it, neither the mothers nor the children nor anybody else. So I think it's a very valid point, and we should take, maybe we can ask you to suggest, we can work with you.
I think we discussed this in one of our meetings, this particular issues of the issues emerging out of very fast, apparel, and he flagged this and I'm sure he'll touch upon that.
Just one 20-second intervention. More for the sake of the rest of them, since she's raised this issue of children and education and awareness. We know schools do it. Storms are for, rains are for drains are for rains, and such are programs that are running right now, for instance, in many schools in many cities. My issue is this. If you talk washing and clothes, again, it is to do with the washing machine and the technology and the back-end guys. If there is an institution, whether it's ITBC or CIA or others, who can certify that process, ensure that there is integrity in the way that it's assessed and determined, all I do as a consumer is use, and the back end takes care of the rest. I think that is the only way we can achieve sustainability if you look at the next 20, 25 years. Look at what is happening to the mobility sector. We didn't talk about sustainable, we beat our breast for the last 10 years. Technology is disrupting things so much that in the next 10 years, by 2030, even if we don't like it, we are going to have all cars going electric in India, even if we are producing only 2,500 cars today. I mean, 250,000 cars today is what China is doing. So we have to see this all only from the perspective of what the makers do and not what the consumers will do, because we will not get to circling it properly otherwise.
Yeah, I think we'll build further on this. And one is 2-3 points that we want to, I have to just touch upon the takeaways. But one important point which Honorable Minister mentioned about our traditional, the industry, the garments, handlooms, and that's where a common man and real Indianness is all about. In this discourse, we tend to miss out how that part of industry is actually being overlooked. So there needs to be something that is to be connected with that aspect of which makes our industry very India specific. And there's a complexity because they're not even small and medium. They're at home, and how to bring that into the supply chain. And that's how actually the Banaras and the traditional silks or whatever which we say is now extinct, becoming extinct. So how are we addressing that? And there, the kind of health and hygiene issues that they come up, we need to kind of build on that. The 2 points that we need to take away. One is we're looking at possibility of some kind of an assessment how good or bad we are. And we're not looking at the numbers. You see, numbers are, which can always be questioned. But it's an assessment how good we are. And that number, that assessment cannot be in the square footage alone. It needs to be connected with the impact that it has. The square footage based assessment of how much I have walked at the end of the day by my, this watch or a pad, it only tells you that much. But how healthy and how the quality of the steps I have taken and how productive I was to the system, that also needs to be assessed. Just as Chitali said that, somebody who is doing all that and his family is hungry, we are irresponsible. And that's where my, disagreement on cost-centric, discussion all the time is not good. Maybe when somebody is saying that, in 2 rupees I can give you a t-shirt, who gives you 2 rupees shirt? Because I am the instrument in cutting corners. Because I tell you how money can be saved by not doing 10 things. And yet we can have some kind of number. Because I can keep those hungry stomachs at home. And you can still do away with that. But actually the cost, that cost is borne by the state, what Tanmay was saying. Somebody is going to pay for that. And that overlooking, which by some number crunching, I bring it as a cost and cost competitiveness, is either the society will pay or the government will have to pay, which we are not bringing into this paradigm. We need to bring in that when we say how good or bad we are. And that is the assessment that we need to have for ourselves, where it's all about including fire safety, public, the life safety, the facilities, operation. Thank you very much. I enjoyed connecting with you. Thank you very much, on behalf of the trust. You had a wonderful discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. What an enriching session. I request Dr. Hariharan Chandrasekhar, Vice Chair IGBC and Trustee Prem Jain Memorial Trust, and Mr. K.K. Mitra, Astra India Chapter, and Board of Governor Prem Jain Memorial Trust to kindly felicitate our speakers. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, I have a few quick announcements to be made. If you haven't already, kindly scan the barcode available at the registration desk to register for regular updates on Prem Jain Memorial Trust activities. And there's a program by the name of PJMT College Ambassador to engage with the student community on a constant basis. The trust will hire an intern to manage the college level ambassadors and onboard new colleges. The position can be remunerated. The ambassadors will be representing the trust in their colleges and they will get weekly targets to fulfill. The relationship manager who will be stationed at the trust office will give you updates on the task fulfillment of the ambassadors, and we would like you to sign up for the same at the registration desk. Also, I request all the students to kindly stay back till the end of the program. Now, there are two reasons for that. One is you are getting the certificates, and secondly, I've just been reminded by Professor Syal that he's going to keep a check, and he'll make sure only those who are there for his concluding remarks are getting the certificates. So, please be here. And with this, I request all of you to join us for lunch in the main veranda. And post-lunch, I request you to be seated by 1:30 so that we may start the next session in time. Thank you so much. So I'm sure we had a great lunch, did we? And we're all back for the second session. So I welcome you back as we begin our second session for the conference. The theme of the session is workers' well-being and related aspects of operations, and we have an illustrious list of speakers to enlighten us on the issues related to the same. I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Meenakshi Mittal, Associate Professor, Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi, to kindly chair the session. Ma'am, please join us on the dais. We are delighted to have amongst us Mr. R.C. Kesar, Director General OGTC, Gateway to Apparel Manufacturers in India. Sir, I request you to please join us on the dais. It is an honor to have amongst us Dr. Shaun Ray, Senior Fellow ICRIA. Ma'am, may I request you to please take your seat on the dais. We are delighted to have with us Ms. Preeti Gupta, COO NMR. Ma'am, I request you to please join us on stage. And last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Mamunur Rahman, founder, Apparel Foundation, Dhaka. I welcome you on stage, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the chair for the session, Dr. Meenakshi Mithun, is a senior faculty in the postgraduate department of Resource Management and Design Application, Lady Urban College, University of Delhi. She did her PhD in the area of women and poverty. She is also an MBA in marketing and has more than 20 years of research and academic experience. Dr. Mittal has a number of published papers in national and international journals. She has written books and has been on the expert panel for ILO, NIOS, NCERT, CBSE, IGNOU and Delhi University. She has received the President's Award for her writings on women empowerment in a pan-India competition. Dr. Mittal has been the founder and convener of the Study Abroad program of the Department of Resource Management and Design Application with Michigan State University, USA since the year 2008. And she has also initiated collaborative researches in the area of sustainable built environment with MSU, both at the master's and doctoral level. With all the illustrious names, I hand this session over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Meena. Thank you so much, Meena, for such a nice introduction, even though I don't deserve it. I'm very pleased to welcome you all once again to this session, and it's a post-lunch session, so we ensure that we, be very interesting and keep you awake. And in this session, I have very nice and eminent people from the industry and from the OGTC cluster. We have people from research organization and also the development sector. So we have Mr. R.C. Kesar, Director OGTC with us here. Dr. Sion Ray, Senior Fellow ICRIA, which is Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. We have Ms. Preeti Gupta, Chief Operating Officer, Anamor. And we have Mr. Mamunur Rahman, Founder, Apparel Foundation. So before I call the speakers to just set the stage, I wish to share that human resource is a very important resource in every sector, and also in textile sector, because it gives employment to more than 45 million people, and most of them are women. And research has shown, and it is well documented, that the sector has a lot of ills as far as working conditions are concerned. And the wages, the benefits that are given to the women or to the workers at large, the facilities, etc., are much less than what needs to be there. And when the experts are going to tell us what are the contemporary efforts that the industry is doing and the research has shown in terms of what needs to be done and what can be done and what is being done to ameliorate the situation and to improve the condition of women and to give them their fair wages and the facilities that they deserve. And also, another ill that this industry has is that it generates a lot of employment, but a lot of it is in the informal sector. Because the industry is wanting to cut costs to be competitive internationally, and when it does cut costs, it tends to outsource the work. So that means the jobs that get created, they get created in the informal sector. And the informal sector, as you can imagine, is much worse than the formal sector because they do not get access to the facilities that the formal sector employees get. So in that light, we wish to also understand that what the industry is doing to improve worker engagement and to have maximum productivity and also to have better quality of life for the workers. So with these words, I wish to first invite Dr. Kesar, Mr. R.C. Kesar, to share his experiences with us. Mr. Kesar is Director General OGTC, which is Okhla Garment and Textile Cluster, and he is a highly experienced professional. He has been associated with the textile industry since very long. He started his career as a textile graduate trainee and then went on to become a CEO and a board member. He has traveled widely internationally, and as a textile professional, he has been presenting papers in various textile workshops, seminars, conferences on diverse subjects, namely technology, fiscal issues, WTO, etc. And he has represented Textile Association during formulation of textile policy and Textile Accreditation Fund scheme, which is TUFs at the government and industry interaction. He is a key crusader in getting cotton textiles free of excise duty.
and today he is going to share his views on initiatives for workers' well-being in textile and apparel sector as taken by OGTC. So, yes.
Eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to a lazy start of an important session. I hope that the people become active and participate in the sustainability effort which is being organized at various levels. I represent Okhla Garment and Textile Cluster, which is a group of textile exporting apparel companies. Size of the companies ranging from 50 crores to 500 crores turnover. The number of employees per company ranging from 500 to about 5,000 people. They are all in the formal sector, so nothing is in the informal sector in that. Yeah, you can, if somebody can continue on that. This is the cluster. Normally clusters are which have physical proximity. And this is a unique cluster where there is no physical proximity. I call it cluster of minds, where people get together to think over and implement responsible business practices. That is the key part of and the next part in that is to be in business, you need to be competitive. So there are two things. Be competitive, be responsible business. That is what it is. And complement each other by identifying best practices. Now, you see, sustainability, I'm coming because I'm told by Ms. Mithra that the time is short, so I'm coming straight to the sustainability part of it. Give me the mic, Albert. The present trend in the industry all over has been to sustainability to the extent of compliance. That this is the buyer's requirement of compliance, and to that extent I am sustainable. But not now. Now the industry is thinking differently. It has started talking about that it is good business, not citizenship. It is not moral responsibility only. It is good business also. That is what it is. And at OGTC, we have a very strong view that a happy worker is a much better product to give competitiveness than the other means. Sustainability is not about environment, it is also about health of the society. So if you look at all these aspects, this is what we have the OGTC viewpoint on sustainability, and we religiously follow that. Now, sustainable practices, why? Because you need to give more to society than we give. That is the basic guiding principle. Many people think that to attract and retain employees will have sustainability, to improve customer sales and loyalty, corporate reputation and strengthen its reputation, adopting environmental friendly practices, reduce energy and water consumption, reduce the cost of doing business. Now, these, somebody practices because of this, somebody practices because of that, all combined together is sustainability. All combined together is sustainability. That is why we move forward. No, again, sustainability has its own aspects. We call it triple bottom line. That is, we recognize social advantages for employees and members of the local community, natural world betterment. Over financial benefits of company. Now, all these three elements have equal status. We are not saying one after the other. We are not saying one after the other. Social advantage for employees or financial benefit for the company have equal status. So, which one first, which one second? No, all simultaneously. Yeah. Now, United Nations have identified 7 sustainability development goals. But at the ground level, we recognize the 5. The climate change, climate change, good health and well-being, women empowerment, decent work and economic growth, and circular economy. These are the ones which need immediate attention. These are the ones which needs consideration, because these are the ones which affect people. The others are, of course, I'm not saying, but at the moment, you can't be attending 17 together. But these are the 5 which we consider are the immediate need of the hour. Now, I come to the main part of it, the sustainability practices at OGTC. The woman empowerment, harmony of workplace. You see, the concept which we tried is sort of little spiritual in the sense. The very first training which we gave to people is how to be a good human being. Nothing talking about productivity, nothing talking about quality, nothing talking about business. Talking about how to be a good human being. How to be a good father, how to be a good mother, how to be a good wife, how to be a good children. And believe you me, that after about 6 months of the training, the mindset of the people changed. I recall meeting many female workers who said, sir, because we had allowed them to bring their family members also into the program, is that after this program my husband has stopped drinking and my life has changed. So imagine the amount of satisfaction people have, and that is what laid the foundation for the next onwards. That again I'll give you another example how the non-standard methodology works. In one of the factories it was observed that the atmosphere is very tense. Nobody spoiled their teachers and all that. They thought of calling lecturers and all that, but it didn't work. So one fine day, the HR head thinks of it. He calls all the HR staff people to be at the gate at 8 o'clock, the start of the working hours. And whenever everybody is getting in, he says, Namaskar, aapka aaj ka din shubh ho. Only these 3 words, that's nothing more than, and believe you, that in the next 15, 20, 30 days, you could see smiles on the people. You could see that the aggression has disappeared. This is what we call employee change of mindset. This is what we call उधर चले जाएं क्या? So then we come to the part in the employee good health, because that is one again key area which we consider not directly reflected to the work, but it is reflected to the performance. A good healthy person will perform better. That is our interest. But from the other side, if a good, he has a better life also. So we have the companies which have almost every day blood pressure checkup sessions. They have the all blood tests and all that once a month and all that. Then their cancer awareness, the tuberculosis awareness. All these programs are going on one after the other so that the people become conscious of their health. The employee good health is given very high importance in our OGTC member companies. And we employ nearly about 60,000 of the women, nearly 50% of the workforce in OGTC factories is women. Then the other part of the environment is the water. Again, water, every day nowadays you read that there is no water, there is resources and all that. So we had started on water reuse and recirculation about 15-20 years back, and it is still, I will call it work in progress, because things are shaping, new technology is coming and all that. But by and large, our motive is to become water neutral. Similarly, on energy, we want to become almost energy neutral in the sense that whatever you use, you arrange of that. So we have, the first step, we change all tube lights to the LED tube lights, reducing substantial energy, added solar power, and continuing to add solar power. Wherever there was, the technology has now come, I am told, that wherever there is less space and all that, you put it on the frames and all that. That also we have started. So that is what it is on the energy part is. And rough calculation was that in the last couple of years, 2,000 tons of equivalent of carbon equivalent has been saved in that. It's a great matter of satisfaction. Then in purchasing and selling this, the behavior, the ethics, the principles, all that. We follow all this, and our dealings with the buyers, workers rest on ethical principles of integrity and transparency. That is OGTC. That is what we want to emphasize, and we want to continue on that. And I am very proud to say, and I have no hesitation, in spite of the gloom in the industry at the moment, those who are connected with the garment industry would have read that the Indian exports in the garment industry have slightly gone down, whereas others are increasing. All OGTC member factories, at least 80% of them, have grown in the last 3 years, and they are continuously growing. Because of all these practices, because of building competitiveness, because of their employee welfare, and in addition to that, there are individual practices for each factory. Somebody, I know one of the factory members, he says, I give free education to the girl children of all my employees. One factory gives free education to 2 children of every employee, up to a particular class. So the other kind of get-together is they celebrate the birthdays of that. In one factory, they have a painting competition, and of the families of the employees, the children, and the best painting is selected, and that becomes the design of the New Year greetings, which goes to every buyer, specifying that the painting is by of the workers. Similarly, these ideas keep on coming with the people, and they are involving the workers. They are keeping them occupied in terms of other than production and other terms of work. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there. I hope I have not exceeded the time which you allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kesar, for sharing your views with us. They were indeed enlightening, and we got to know about your triple bottom line, that how you're using it and applying it in your factories. I now invite Dr. Sean Ray to share her views with us. She's a senior fellow in ICRIAR, and she's stationed in New Delhi. She's an economist specializing in industrial and international trade issues. Her areas of interest include global value chains, technological upgradation of Indian industries, free trade agreements and trade creation effects, technology transfer, foreign direct investment, efficiency and productivity of firms, energy and climate change related issues. So there are very many things that she has researched on. She has published widely on these issues in books and journals. Her PhD is in economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, and in which she looked at the role of intellectual property rights in transferring technology to developing countries. So Dr. Shahan Ray would love to hear you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I am really excited to be presenting one of my papers here. This was basically a survey that we had done for the garment industry. And the question that we looked at is that what is explaining India's performance in garment exports? We have been losing the share in garment exports to countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam. And that was essentially the research question that we looked at. But in course of the survey that we did, what happened is that various other issues came up, and I'll be briefly talking about sustainable issues and as well as worker-related issues as well. Next, please. Yeah, this is the overview of the presentation. Basically, I'll be talking about the importance of global value chains, and particularly garments in global value chains. Most countries that have developed in the past have developed on the basis of garments. Garments are a very integral part. So countries like Japan, South Korea, and recently the Southeast Asian countries have all grown on the basis of garment exports. And we hope that, in fact, India would be one of these countries also to back and grow on the basis of garment exports. Unfortunately, that has not happened in the Indian case, and this is basically what we are trying to look at. So I'll be then talking briefly about the textile and the garment industry in India, the value addition that is done as part of the value chain in the garments. I'll briefly talk about the survey that was done and the findings from the survey, followed by the conclusion and findings. Next, please. World over, apparels are organized in what are called global value chains. Basically, there is what is called a lead firm, a buyer mostly. It could be some company that all of you are familiar with, Gap, H&M. They are the sources, but they source actually from a wide range of countries and companies in getting that final t-shirt or shirt to you. And how do they do that? Basically, what happens is that the process of making a garment is that there are essentially 3 steps to it. I'll just come to that in a moment. So what is called, the basic model is what is called the cut, make, and trim. So in order to make a garment, you need to cut the garment, you need to stitch the garment, and then there are the finishings that are happening, the embellishments and the buttonholing, etc. Now, most of the main value that is added to a garment piece is in what is called the design of the garment, which is essentially how the garment is cut and how it is conceptualized and cut. And what happens is that these global value chains, the lead firms, they usually keep this part of the activity within themselves, but the lower value added activities, that is the stitching or the finishing, may be outsourced to other firms, it may be outsourced to other countries, and that is how a global value chain is organized. And next please. Why is it that that has not been happening in the case of India? India has a large number of textile as well as garment manufacturers. It is the second largest employer. The textile industry is in fact the second largest employer in the country. and the value, the resources that this industry produces is enormous. But then there are many other problems that beset the industry. A lot of the firms are in what is called the informal sector. They are small and medium firms. They often may be using technology that is not the latest technology. And there are other kinds of costs that add to the cost of making the garment. Now, the global competition in garments is actually on the basis of the cost, the cheapest way to produce a garment. And it is often done in countries which have lower labor costs. They may have more working hours. They may have other kinds of advantages. This is some of the problems that the Indian industry faces, and I'll just be talking about that in a minute. Now, 80% of the production, next please, 80% of the national production of garments happens in about 19 to 20 clusters in the country, which is spread all across the country. And they are categorized in terms of the kind of, the type of garment, whether it's a knit or a woven garment, and also whether it's men's wear, women's wear, or children's wear. And there are quality differentials between the export products that are exported and the domestic market. The domestic market in the Indian case is a very big market, and it is, by some estimates, it's about 70 to 80% of all the garments that are produced in the country are consumed domestically, and the balance is exported. Next, please. This is an overview of some of the clusters that we actually had the fortune of surveying. So the survey was actually spread into 5 clusters, the Delhi NCR, Ludhiana, Kolkata, Tirupur, and Bangalore. And each of these clusters specialize in different kinds of garments. And this table actually also shows you that what are the total number of units, what kind of products are produced, and whether or not most of these garments are exported or for domestic consumption. Next, please. A brief description of the clusters. This is a lot of detail. I will just skip this and go to the next one. This is basically what the value chain, next please, value chain of the garment looks like. The first step is the design, which is where maximum value addition takes place. The next part is cutting, and then there is sewing, button holding, and ironing. And of course, then there will be the logistics part of it, the way it is transported, the way it is exported, and all of that. Next, please. So this survey was basically conducted in 127 firms across 5 clusters, and about 25 respondents per cluster. And what we wanted to look at is that what is the nature of competition that Indian garment manufacturers are facing from South Asia, particularly Bangladesh and also Sri Lanka, and whether and what are the reasons they are not being able to compete with some of these countries. Next, please. This is basically the details of the firms that were surveyed. You can see that the total number of firms in each cluster, the number of years of operation, what kind of technology they use, whether the machines that they use are imported or domestically manufactured, and what kind of market they are catering to, domestically or export markets, and whether or not the firms felt that they are facing some competition from South Asia. Interestingly, the finding was that most of the firms that we surveyed said that they are not facing any competition from South Asia. Next, please. This shows the details of some more details of the firms, basically whether or not they were small or large, and what kind of garment they were manufacturing. The bottom panel shows you the kind of garments that they were manufacturing. Next, please. The most important thing that turned out is that technology is very important. So there are 2 aspects to this. Most of the technology what is the technology in the case of a garment? It is either the sewing machine, it is either the cutting machine, or the other kinds of machines that can be used. Most of these, some of these machines are domestically procured. A lot of these machines are manufactured in countries like Germany, and these are the ones which give the final product are better. But it also means that the firm which is actually investing in that in the machine has to spend the money. So there is a trade-off. The firm has to spend some money in buying that machine. The quality of the product is better. So there is so there are two, three factors which go into the decision on whether the firm will do this. And part of it is related to the fact that whether they are catering to the export market or the domestic market. Now, most of the firms, next please, said that they actually do not face any competition from South Asia. And the reason because of this is that actually the South Asian firms are catering to different segments of the market. You can see that while Bangladesh is actually specializing in products like shirts, t-shirts, India's actually products are slightly of better quality and higher the value chain, and they might involve things like embroidery, etc. So they are actually niche products, and our markets are the markets of USA or Europe. We are not actually catering to the other kinds of markets. There are, and of course, that is particularly true of the Delhi NCR, which is usually making products like women's garments, tops, shirts, blouses, etc. Next, please. So each of the South Asian countries are actually specializing in a particular part of the value chain depending on their comparative advantage, what they do best at. So Bangladesh is actually better at producing shirts and at much lower cost, and that is why they are doing so. It is a volume game there. India is in fact not in the volume game, and that is why it seems that we are actually losing out from countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam. Next, please. Some of the problems that the firms pointed out: high cost of power and energy, the narrow fiber base. Most of our products are cotton based, which means that for the European and the US markets, we can only cater to part of the year, which is the summer there. And we cannot, in fact, cater to products for the rest of the year. The other kinds of problems are that there are capacity constraints. The size of the firm, most of the firms are actually small in comparison either to the global average or even the South Asian competitors. Next, please. So what are the implications of all this? What do we need to do to change that? The major costs, apart from the problems that the firms pointed out, were the cost of transporting a garment, cost in terms of time taken to transport a garment from a factory to the port. If it is from Delhi NCR, it has to go to Navasheva first, and then it will be exported. If it is a high value, low volume article, then it might be sent by air also, but that also adds to the cost. So logistic problems are a major problem for India. Financial issues are there. Most of the firms have faced high interest rates. There are issues also related with exporting and importing. It takes a lot of time at our ports to do so, and in that we are actually losing out from countries like Bangladesh. So then the question that comes in is that what can we do about this? Our firms are small. While firms like lead firms like Zara or H&M are actually buying from India, they are actually buying smaller quantity, higher value items, not bulk items. So what can we do about that, change that? And also there are issues related to the sustainability. This is one industry which uses a lot of water. The effluents have to be, it uses dyes, which are one of the most toxic in the industry. And there are efforts that need to be, so firms have to get together to do something about that. One example that has happened recently is a zero effluent plant that the Tirupur cluster has actually set up. But we need many more such efforts to minimize wastewater, to reduce the toxic dyes that are going into the soil, and basically zero discharge kind of things. And of course, we have to look at how to make the manufacturing processes more green and more sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ray, for sharing your interesting study with us. Very exhaustive, and it gave us so much insights into cluster-wide data and what are the challenges that they are facing and how the industry can grow. Thank you so much. I now invite Ms. Preeti Gupta to address us. She's the Chief Operating Officer of Animer. And Animer is a leading premium lingerie brand of India. In this role, she defines the roadmap for all creative design strategy, retail, sourcing, and factory operations. She is a marketing graduate from National Institute of Fashion Technology, Delhi, and has worked across domestic brands, international brands, exports, and large format retailing in both apparel and non-apparel categories. With an experience of over 20 years, a few of the roles that Preeti has handled are Head Alan Solly, Women's, launching Esprit in India, Category Headed Reliance Trends, and Director Licensing at Tommy Hilfiger. And she's going to speak on sustainability, Indian brands and workforce. Preeti.
Thank you. You know, when I was invited to speak here, the first thing that struck me was that it's such a large topic, and really, if I was really true about it, I don't think we've even touched even, maybe 10% or 5% of it in our own brand. And what struck me was, what is it that we have done well, which is also a little bit more something that, we can learn from. So you actually go back to the heart of the brand and state, what is actually sustainability? And have we been able to internalize it, or is it a word that we're all listening to and feeling good about? Because a lot of people are asking things like, what is your carbon footprint? Have you netted it off? What are you doing about it? But actually, what is sustainability? I think that as in for us, what sustainability is, that people that we are working with, are we able to get them, are we able to take care of them really well, so that they feel that we have enriched their lives, and what is it that we are doing environmentally with them, which really will make a lot of difference to their lives in the long run. So I'm just sharing a small deck about the same thing. So we can go to the next one. I think we'll skip quite a few slides in the interest of time, but yeah, so we are, the next slide please. The next slide, yeah. So we are Gokuldas Intimate Wear Private Limited. How many people use Enamor? Hey, come on, hands right up. Yeah. So we are, I think most of the women would know, we are the #1 premium lingerie firm in India. And we've been there for the last 16 odd years. Next slide, please. And, it's one of the few firms which is women dominated completely. Starting from me to the factory level. So if you look at factory level, 90% of our factory employees are women. If you look at in sewing line, 95%. In stores, which is retail, 100% of the only women staff is there. Even in head offices and regional offices, 60% of the workforce is women. So we're really, really 85% women-oriented, and typically a strong women-oriented firm. So just a few policies which kind of define, and some approach that we have done, I just thought it'll be good to share. So our brand started, with 41 women and some small line floor, and we started seeing what is it that we can do, which is now we've got influenced over 8,500 women overall. But the idea of Enamor is really to see how can we create a culture in the organization of adding value to women. So when you say adding value to women, whether it's our product, which really is supposed to make you feel fabulous, which is what our whole tagline is about, or it is the retail or the retail employees who we feel that, we are just they're not just there to sell our products, but really do much, much beyond that. Because you can move from one brand to the other and you can keep selling products, but it's only when you have an emotional connect with the brand and the people, and you've been able to learn something in that organization which really makes it valuable in your life. So feeling valued and respected is really where we start from. So this is some of the pictures of the factory. One of the things that we do is safe travel arrangements. So one of the key issues today, of course, especially in Delhi, I think every woman knows, is just the fact that are you safe when you're traveling? So in our, it's a cost, and we've definitely discussed whether we should do it or not, but we still went ahead and did it, which is that every bus has a security guard. So what that does is, you know, when women are going back home, you are in a hurry, you have to go back home and make food, you have to do this, you do that. So they just tend to get down from running buses. So the bus is not really paused, they just tend to get down. They stop anywhere, they get down. So to ensure that they are safe and protected, we have a male security guard in each and every bus that we have formed. Secondly, food is there, which a lot of factories do. Medical room. I think the amount of expense that we incur in terms of in the factory, the quality of doctor that we have signed up, and we have, besides regular clinics, etc., the general women's health and checkup that we do is extremely intensive and extremely frequent, because whether it's a menstrual health or it's eye checkups or it's various other level of checkups. We have fairly large creche, and we have done a very, very strong Montessori teaching mechanism in our own factories, which is implemented in both the factories as well, to ensure that all the kids who are coming in are not just, you know, spending time, but really seeing what is it that they can learn while they are in the factory. Of course, the POSH committee, I don't know if a lot of kids know it. There is something called Prevention of Sexual Harassment Committee, which is existent, which ensures that there is absolutely no woman who you can, in case there is any sort of you feel that the person has said something which is very strong, or some sort of a sexual advance, etc., you can actually report back to a committee and you can work around that. So that POSH committee activation is taken extremely seriously, whether it's in the factory or it's in the stores or it's at the head office level, and we absolutely have a no questions asked policy about that. There is absolutely no discussions allowed in that. We do a lot of, besides the medical facility, etc., we have this whole scheme where women, once they, especially in retail environments, a lot of women start, and it will apply to a lot of kids here as well. You start working and then you get pregnant and you have a child and you tend to move on. And the ability to come back because you have a child to take care of, then you have parents who will put pressure on you, etc., etc. We work with a lot of women on a one-on-one level. In fact, it's one of the metrics that we track to state if we can get the woman to come back and work with us. So after maternity, counseling and understanding how we can get them back to the brand is also something that we work a lot on. This is something that I think we are quite, you know, I love this example as an example. About 5 years back, I had joined the brand, and what happened was that I saw, I was in the factory that day, and I saw a lot of women carrying back some tube lights with them. So I generally happened to ask our factory head, I said, why are these women carrying tube lights back? What happened? So he says, today, you know, we have done a check, and the lux level, which basically says how bright are the lights in the factory, it was looking low and it was looking insufficient. So what we've done is we've changed all the tube lights. So I said, great, so what happens to these tube lights? These women are going to take it back home. So I said, okay. Then what happens? Nothing, they'll use it for 2-3 months because they're still good to go for 2-3 months. And after that, when they get spoiled, they'll dispose it. So just a couple of weeks before that, I had attended some seminar where they had talked about the fact that old tube lights have mercury in them, right? So what is mercury? How many people know that it's poisonous? Extremely poisonous to the environment, right? So what happens when somebody who's earning 8,000, 10,000, 12,000 rupees wants to take back a tube light? Can you say no? You can't, because of course that 150 rupees tube light is precious to them, right? So what we did was we actually got an audit conducted in the whole factory, connected with someone, got all the tube lights changed to an LED tube light system, so that when they take it back home and when it breaks, normally what will a lower class employee, what will one of the workers do? Once it's it stops working, they just throw it in the nearby trash. And do they have organized trash? No. So where does it go? It goes right into the water either into the treatment plant, either into the sewage lines or directly into some sort of a water body. So that's extremely, extremely harmful. So that one movement of ours, we have then now taken it forward. We changed all the tube lights in the factory, and now today we are in the process, I was discussing, in the process of setting up a whole solar plant in our factories as well. Secondly, what we did was financial awareness camp. So again, one of the things, a few years back, somebody came to me and said, can we tie up with your factories on financial awareness? So I said, what does that mean, you know, for women who are earning 9,000, 10,000, 12,000 rupees? What is financial awareness going to really mean? So here is the example he presented to me. He says, when these women have, and everybody in India wants to get married in a really fancy way, correct? And have houses which are some sort of well-kept houses. So what happens for these women? You're not going to get loans. Are they going to get loans? Because there is absolutely no credit rating facility in India which will work towards this unorganized sector, so to say. So what we did was we tied up with a microfinance firm. So instead of getting loans at 36, 30%, 38% and then having people chasing them for getting their money back, we've actually tied up with microfinancing for both our factories, and they're now so much more clearer and safer way of getting money out from the factories itself. So just one slide back, please. Sorry, the next one. Then of course we have a lot of things like sports days and health consciousness days. On the health consciousness, there was another example that I wanted to speak about if I have a couple of minutes more. You know, and especially because it has a lot of students. So in grade 12, the amount of pressure that kids go through is incredible. So one of the days when I was in the factory, suddenly I heard that this child has committed suicide. So we said, so what happened? Why has the child committed suicide? Because the marks were not strong and they felt that the parents have worked really hard to getting me where I am. And it was a boy in grade 12. And of course, the woman came apart and we all know what that means. So what it meant for us is we actually went back to the drawing board and said, what is it that we can do for our employees where they will understand that putting this kind of pressure is not good finally, right? Because we all know that the amount of time and effort that we are putting into our children is important, but having them alive and with us is far more important than whether they graduated from a great school or an average school and what they became in life. Yes or no? Yeah. So we actually did a lot of work that year and the subsequent years before the board exams. For example, last month, there's a lot of work that we are doing at ground level where the HR team themselves take on responsibility. They form smaller teams and they actually talk to the workers to state, please speak to your kids clearly that whatever they score, it's just one exam in their lives, right? So that's something that I think we do well. Women's Day, of course, we celebrated. So we are very good at celebrating. I think that is something that we really take to another level in terms of ensuring that everybody enjoys themselves when they work. Next, please. Next, please. We do a lot of, yoga sessions, a lot of health and grooming, etc. around it as well. Next, please. I just wanted to share some of the things that we do. One of the things that actually happens is a lot of women don't speak up about their rights in any level. So a lot of women get underpaid because they would not like to negotiate their salaries. A lot of women don't ask for a promotion and don't push for a promotion and hence they don't get it. So we have a whole, twice a year, we have a whole system wherein everybody is recognized and we see if there is any opportunity for us to take them to the next level and ensure that they are getting their their lives are getting enriched by being a part of the Inama family. The next slide, please. Our attrition rate, hence, is one of the lowest in the neighboring areas, and I think attrition rate also means far more committed employees is what I would say, because you leave, that's fine, but when you're working, you're far more involved in the brand, involved in the business, and the output also improves when you are doing all of that. Next slide, please. I think just some of the lines that the employees have written, if you want to read, in terms of, I joined Enamor as a line leader 13 years ago, and I'm now, grown to a floor in charge, which is basically like 5 levels up. And I have I've been able to build my house, I've been able to educate my son, my brother, my husband is now able to work with me far more strong, far more joining hands versus one over the other, those kinds of comments. I think that's pretty much what we have done on women empowerment and creating a more sustainable working environment for the women in our organization, from top levels to the lowest levels also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Preeti. It was really very invigorating and very interesting, and to get to know the kind of actions you've taken for women, and specifically those last lines that women spoke for themselves. I think they were very, very interesting. They were like case studies. I now invite Mr. Mamunur to share his views. Mr. Mamunur Rahman is founder Apparel Foundation, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He is a development activist and heads a social enterprise. He's leading a social movement to improve women's menstrual health management with his model of low-cost sanitary napkins. Mamunur's work for mainstreaming gender and development and developing women entrepreneurship are already awarded by a number of international organizations. The U.S. State Department awarded him with the prestigious Herbert Humphrey Fellowship. And he studied and worked with leading U.S. universities, including University of Montana, Michigan State University, and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, to design and develop his low-cost sanitary napkin model. Mr. Mamunur was awarded Chevening Scholarship to do his Masters in Gender and Development from Institute of Development Studies, University of Sussex, UK. He has recently been awarded Points of Lights by Queen Elizabeth. In 2019, Mr. Mamunur was also awarded by the British Council as a Global Champion for Entrepreneurialism. Mr. Mamunur's works are featured by leading global media, including The Guardian UK, and covered in various reports of the United Nations, Harvard and Oxford University, among others. He has also served the government of Bangladesh, European Union delegation, and United Nations agencies in different capacities earlier on in his career. And today he is going to share his views on circular economy approach for the well-being of female garment and textile workers.
Thank you. Sorry. Oops. Hi, thank you. Actually, I am here to express my gratitude. I am not here to present my ELA project or what we are doing over there. You guys are mostly young, and yes, like you, I went to the Michigan State University. Yes, I was actually invited. The person invited me over there, he is here. So I'm here to meet with that guy and to, of course, share my respect. I'm sorry that I have a lot of emotion, but I couldn't express my emotion having my language deficiency. Please understand what I'm trying to say. So that the person I am talking about, who invited me over there, and all the achievements that mentions, and I wanna give all this credit to that guy. And that man from EU, then he's from India, and he's Professor Matt Sai. He is here. Let's have a big hand for him. Yes, we should know how did he do it, and how he ignited me to make it happen. I'm not sharing, because only 10 minutes, I want to tell how Apparel is here. Once I met with Mr. Sile in 2016, probably late April, and Apparel was not existed at that time. You see, 2016 April to 2020 not April yet. So very short time. So what actually he did? He invited me. I don't know why he picked me from across the world. And the very first day, once I met with Mr. soil in Michigan State. And he mentioned that, Mr. Rahman, you are working with the sanitary napkin, but I don't have any idea about the sanitary napkin. I am a green expert. I am doing the green building. This is the way, but she said that I'm very excited to know how you are working these things. So in the very first day, I get a little bit frustrated that the person invited me and as a mentee, but he doesn't know about my work, actually, how I will finish my work over there. So then he gave me, he allowed me, he introduced me with his colleagues and students and interacted with other students. And of course, at some point of view, he introduced me with another professor here, Mr. Sriram Narayanan. So, so what he did, he just always, he's extremely busy over there as a professor because he was dean and a lot of things. So, sorry, you might have known more about Mr. Style. So I have seen how busy and how, what is his contribution over there. So during his busy time, he used to give me time almost every week. So he used to listen what I am doing, what's my progress, he asked me. Anyway, then in the end of the first semester, he was busy and I couldn't show. I was frustrated at what I could do it actually. The end of that semester and the beginning of the following semester, he asked me, Mr. Rahman, let's see what you are actually doing. I'll show you the, yes, if you, well, this is the picture in the beginning of maybe in the beginning of the fall semester. Mr. Style went to his board and write down a couple of numbers, you see. This is the numbers. He indicated me that what you are doing, what you are going to do, that you are not only making sanitary napkin, you are doing something that is a really new indicator for sustainability. I didn't have any idea about the sustainability or anything else. So he actually discovered that this is the things and it could be something transformative. So, and since after that time, it was, the date is over there. Exactly, Mr. Style, Professor Style wrote in his, by his own hand, and this is the January 26 in 2017. So since then, after that, January 26th, what happened about the Apparel, and if you just Google it, you see across the world, the people know about it. And in the morning session, Mr. Ferdinand mentioned his buyer from the German, they are showing attention of this. Anyway, a lot of buyers, and buyers means you know that they who are actually the lead apparel purchasers, and they are, we say the buyers, lead firm. I mean the big firm. So all the big firms from Europe and America, they know about this Apparel. Why? Because this is the Apparel is ensuring the sustainability of their own product, their clothes or whatever it is. So so this is the achievement after this Mr. Style discussion, and yes, and what he mentioned me as the young guys, I should share with you that Mr. Rahman, you are the doer. So he turned me, he asked me, he called me as a doer. So that is the I'm a practitioner. I don't have any that much knowledge in the yes, literature, or I don't have any study knowledge. So you guys, the young who are here, so I think that you can do a lot. You can be the doer instead of being just simple readers or something like that. So it's simple things, how you can transform the lives of the people. A lot of things around you, that Mr. Sile told me, and I tried to understand that how I can do it. Actually, at the time, 4 years back, I couldn't imagine that it could really happen. So after my meeting or my time, maybe from January, then I stayed up to April over there. Then as soon as I completed it, his work, he actually taught me how to present it. I have been working, you see, before 6 years I was working on this similar area, but I couldn't know how to present it, how to talk to the people, how to make it fit in academically, and yes. So what happened is he sent me in the he taught me how to document my works. So I tried to do it. Instantly what happened in the June 2017 of that year, I shared a poster, and it was tweeted by the United Nations by 12 agencies. 12 United Nations agencies tweeted it. And that's credit must goes to Mr. Sile, that how to present it. And later, Professor Siram in his own pocket money, he visited Bangladesh 2 times. Yeah, later we tried to share partially, but yes. And not only that, and his School of Business, you see, in Michigan State Supply Chain Department, one of definitely the best supply chain department of in many categories in the Michigan State Department of School of Supply Chain. So he involved in School of Supply Chain. So, and the School of Planning and Design and Constructions, where Mr. Sile is over there. So I am extremely grateful to these 2 professors to make it a global agenda. And you, professor, you don't know how you have transformed, not only me, they have transformed me. You know that they have destroyed my career, I see. I was actually a public servant. Yeah? I used to have a head of a department, a big department, in SME. I was at that time I was at the 3rd highest position of the small and medium enterprise department of Ministry of Industry. I'm supposed to be the head right now. Anyway, but I quitted that one because during my time as a public servant, no one knew me. No one invited me like this way. Okay, I was doing just my clerical jobs. Yeah. But right now, you people are inviting me for the or this. So LI is not a. It's not a business. It's not a product only. It's a process. It's a process that we are solving the problem of the women. It's very brief. We can say over the years, as the 14 in his presentation mentioned that there are thousands of work over there using, and I say hundreds of thousands of, like them, hundreds of thousands of women across these sectors are replicating. They are making this. This is very simple. Today, with Mrs. Gupta Aroma, we are sharing and we share our sample. It's very easy. And I hope that tomorrow she can make it for her company people. So this is very, very, very simple way and the women can know it. They can solve their own problem. Well, this is Mr. Sile and Mr. Siram, those who transform my life and the lives of thousands of women back in country. And not only in Bangladesh, of course India are going to replicate it. In Africa, in Ethiopia, 2 organizations took our knowledges, knowledge is big things, our idea, our works, and they are doing over there with organization like support. So I hope, and one guy is from Central Africa, there is one country, and they are also replicating these things. So it's very, very simple, anyone can do it. So I think I want to continue these slides. I want to show a simple story of a women, workers. Let's go very end before finishing. This is the green building. Okay, I don't explain the whole things. Okay, well, let's see.
আমার নাম সুরাতন বেগম। আমি গার্মেন্টসে চাকরি করতাম। গার্মেন্টসে চাকরি করার সাথে চাকরি বাড়ির সাথে পরিচয় হয়েছে। চাকরি বাড়ি থেকে শুনছি, শুনে এলাকায় ব্যবহার করছি। ব্যবহার করার পর আমার কাছে ভালো লাগছে, তাই আমি এটা বানাচ্ছি। এলাকায় অনেক ভালো, স্বাস্থ্যের জন্য দাম অনেক কম।
I was moving with a mission to create 1,000 small green entrepreneurs who will create 1 million green jobs to appease the impact of climate change. Ella is developing to achieve the goal. Suratun Begum is from one of first batches of entrepreneurs. She is making low-cost healthy sanitary napkins to spread among the deprived working women and vulnerable schoolgirls to ensure safe periods. She is now self-reliant, selling pads.
আমি এখন স্বাধীন, নিজের ব্যবসা নিজেই করি।
So what you have seen, this is the cases of a worker, Suratun. She transformed her life. She was used to work in a garments factory. In Bangladesh there is around 4 million garments workers working over there. So Suratun is one of them. Now she is running her own business, and this is Apparel. And like this, she is making an Apparel and making her own livelihood, making these low cost and sanitary napkin. And this is a green product, all these sustainability indicators is over there. If you see that, making an Apparel, she is actually addressing all the 1 to 17 SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goal. You know that, Sustainable Development Goal. All the SDG goal is here, some of our others. So you might have questions, how goal 7 or goal 8 or goal 9, or you can ask, and we can share how it is. She is doing it, and it's doable, and you can do it, because in India a lot of garments here, and of course it could be done. It could be. So right now the concept is accepted by our government, Prime Minister offices over there, and they have assigned me to create 100 Suratuns in our 2-year projects. So we are doing that, and I hope that around the world where textile and apparel industry is there, we can create these sort of small entrepreneurs, green. I think our minister, honorable minister, in the morning mentioned about how sustainability can goes to the MSME, and that's the example I want to share with the ministers, that even MSME can address the sustainability. They can do it, and it's for their livelihood. It's for their business, not for CSR. It's for core business we can do it. And with these few words, I should stop here. And again, my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Sahil and Professor Siram, who are contributing over the years. I see that how many hours Professor Siram and Professor Sai spent after my time in Michigan. Once I complete my courses, I mentioned that I didn't visit that 4 years, but over the Skype, we spent couple of days maybe. I don't know how many hours. And I must respect this guy. And I don't know why they picked me, and really I should express my heartfelt gratitude again to them for changing my society, changing my life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maulana, for sharing your story with us. It was indeed inspiring. And Professor Sialis was Professor Sialis, so he can dig diamonds from coal mines. So that is what he has done. Now we are completely out of time, so we can just take a couple of questions. So if you would wish to ask, please identify the person to whom you want to address the question. Any questions? So I think the speakers were very wonderful, so they would explain very well. Yeah.
Just a small clarification. With all these initiatives that you've taken for women welfare, making them happy and things, do you think it added to the cost that much, and what would be the cost part? Because every time we keep looking at that, making people happy is a cost. So would you touch on that?
Yes and no. There are some costs, of course, involved. If you want to, for example, if we just moved to a new head office and we wanted to make our factory employees and our front-end employees believe that we moved better. So we got like sweets distributed to everyone. But I think more than the cost, because the cost really is insignificant in the larger scheme of things. But it is really the fact that we respect them and we believe that they are taking the brand to where it is today. It's their brand. In fact, one of the videos we did not play, one of the girls actually gets up and says, and she's a 62-year-old woman who can only speak in Kannada. She can't speak any English. But she gets up and says, "Madam, I am fabulous." Right? So once you get that kind of commitment, then the cost becomes really, really insignificant. It's just the approach and just the belief that we want to make sure that they're a part of us, and they're not just another contract labor or treated as if they're not a part of us and just replace them.
So I thank my speakers again for being here, sparing their valuable time and sharing the experiences with us. It was indeed a pleasure having you all. Thank you so much.
I wish to thank all the panelists for such enriching talks, and let us give a huge round of applause to each one of them, and let us congratulate them for such enriching presentations. Now I request Mr. M. Anand, Principal Counselor IGPC and Professor Matt Sai, Michigan State University, to kindly felicitate our speakers. hashtag SAC 2020 and hashtag PJMPN Palace. And another 2 minutes and we'll be starting with the third and final session of today's conference, which focuses on sustainability and products and resources. And we have a very fascinating lineup of speakers from different sectors to enlighten us with their experiences. First and foremost, I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Neeraj Bhatnagar, partner Dalbur Advisors, to kindly chair the session. So please join us on the dais. May we have a round of applause for Mr. Bhatnagar. It is an honor to have amongst us Mr. Manpreet Singh, partner Sustainability KPMG. So please join us on the dais. We are very delighted to have with us today Ms. Bhavna Prasad, Director Sustainable Business WWF India. Ma'am, I request you to please join us on the stage. And last but not the least, we are delighted to have with us Ms. Devyani Hari, Director, Center for Responsible Business. Ma'am, I request you to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the chair for the session, Mr. Neeraj Bhatnagar, is a partner at Dalbur Advisors. He leads the firm's Delhi office, the global wash practice, and the agriculture practice in Asia. He brings rich multidisciplinary experience in strategy consulting, human-centered design and entrepreneurship, and believes that most social problems in the world are too complex to be solved by any one method, and that value lies in the intersection of disciplines. At Dalbur, his work has involved strategy, investing approaches, program design, innovation platform for organizations working in agriculture, sustainable manufacturing, water, waste, and sanitation. His clients have included the large private foundations globally, multilateral and bilateral organizations, private sector companies engaged in sustainability, as well as government in Asia. Mr. Bhatnagar has degrees from IIT Kharagpur and IIM Bangalore and used to be a management consultant and technology entrepreneur in previous roles. With this, the stage is set with all the illustrious names, and I request Mr. Bhatnagar to please take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. Lovely to be here and excited to be part of this really vibrant panel. The way we run this over the next, we have an hour, right? For this? Okay. So the way we run this is I'll introduce my fellow panelists who have done really cool things in the whole textile and apparel space. Then we'll do 3 rounds of questions with the panelists. I'll sort of talk to them about the focus areas that they have and what they've observed from their vantage points. That'll be 3 rounds of questions. Then we open it up for questions. I understand there are a bunch of researchers and students here, so we'll try and sort of make it interesting and feel free to sort of ask questions. So I'll just go from my left to my right. Devyani Hari is Director of Programs at the Center for Responsible Business. She started her career with JP Morgan, worked in sustainability, renewable energy financing. Then she also started a social enterprise and then followed up with more roles in the development space. Moved to GIZ and now has been working with, over the last few years, she works on global value chains, circular economy questions, and over and above that, she loves to read and in general has a point of view on the space. So welcome, Devyani. We're really looking forward to getting your perspectives. Next is Bhavna Prasad. Bhavna Prasad is Director of Sustainable Business at WWF India, where she leads their corporate engagement on sustainability through transformational partnerships that improve environmental and social outcomes. She has over 16 years of experience in banking, environmental consulting, and working with environmental NGOs and multilaterals. Previously, she was a vice president with JP Morgan Chase in New York, where she helped set up the carbon trading desk and also conducted a bunch of environmental risk assessments for financial transactions. And previously, before JP Morgan, she held a bunch of positions at American Express and Standard Chartered Bank in their retail operations. And she holds a master's in public administration environmental policy from Columbia. Welcome, Bhavna. And And last but certainly not least is Manpreet, the partner who leads the sustainability practice at KPMG. He's an expert at environmental finance and helps their clients assess viability of climate projects and also get funding for these projects. He has detailed experience in guiding companies through the process of issuing green and social bonds for projects in clean power, carbon transport, low carbon transport, affordable housing and energy efficient buildings. He is also a member of the UNDP roster of experts for climate change mitigation and advises on the implementation of large-scale greenhouse gas reduction programs in developing countries. Also teaches at schools like the XIMB and the IIM. Welcome, Manpreet. Great. So let me begin by just framing this panel a bit, and then I'll ask each of my panelists a question to get things started. If you look at the apparel and the textile sort of space, there are certain negative externalities, right? And I'm sure the sessions in the morning have covered some of them. So there's obviously carbon footprints, there's things like water, there's plastics, there's chemicals across the value chain, right? From, if you look at, let's say, natural fibers, you have cotton and then cloth, and then finally you actually have clothes, and then they get used and they get washed. All of this value chain, even for synthetic fibers, is slightly different, petrochemicals and so on and so forth. So you have a bunch of these environmental effects, right? Now, it is a very large problem because apparel and textile is a very, very large industry. It's roughly $1 trillion in size globally, and it's growing fairly rapidly. If you look at continents like Africa and Asia, the CAGR is about 14-15% for most segments of the apparel landscape. And in the face of the environmental problems that we face, it's quite clear that many of these externalities need to be addressed. There have been, so this problem is certainly not new. It's been recognized for the last 2 decades, certainly. But I think things have reached a tipping point in the last few years. And now we are seeing a bunch of actions that fall into different buckets, right? So you see a bunch of policy actions, you see a bunch of investment action, lots of technology innovation, right? I mean, if you think about Adidas making its completely recyclable shoe, to a bunch of initiatives like that, a lot of technical innovation that's happening. People are becoming more and more sort of conscious in their consumption. That's then prompting brands to become more responsible and then source more responsibly from their value chains. So you see a lot of these things happening, and at first glance, things seem quite vibrant and exciting. But when you peel the onion and when you probe a little deeper, what's also clear is that there are several bottlenecks that prevent progress, right? And there are certain and what's happening is actually only a very small fraction of this whole canvas is getting addressed. And the initiatives that we have in place sometimes are not breaking even, they're not viable, the economics are not viable, etc. So we have to sort of take things with a pinch of salt and really double click on the details as opposed to having broad brushes, right, through which we see these things. So with that as context, I think the focuses that my panelists have are actually very complementary. If you look at Devyani, she's done a bunch of work in the circular economy, so we'll ask her about those questions. Bhavna, obviously working in both finance previously and now at WWF, you have a ringside view of what the macro picture is for each of these externalities, but also I think you specialize in plastics, so we sort of focus a little bit on that. And then finally, Manpreet, it would be great to get your views on how you see different organizations you consult with, how are they framing this, how are they addressing this, what challenges and what constraints do they face while executing their plans, right? So we'll start again in the same order. So Devyan, if you don't mind, my first question to you is just walk us through how do you structure your work at the Center for Responsible Business, and then just take us through the journey of circular economy for apparel and textiles, the way it's played out, especially in India and South Asia over the last few years.
Good evening, everyone. I have a quick question to the audience here. I just want to ask everybody, do you think that the way fashion has evolved or something has changed about the textile and apparels that we use? Do you feel so? Yes? No? Yes? So what do you think is that change? Okay. Positive change. All right. Anybody
approach to clothing now is very, very commercial. Earlier, it was more of, part of your tradition, the way you are. It was a part of your identity. So it is today, but I think it is much more commercial and it's like a use and through kind of a thing. So,
thank you. Anybody else?
So you don't know what you're buying, essentially, and you're just buying, okay, this is some sort of thing. I mean, we want to buy pure silk, right? But where do you get it, we don't know.
Yeah, so thank you. I think all of you, what you've touched upon are very important aspects, right? So the way you're right, the way we consume clothes has changed. We are consuming far more, we are consuming far faster, right? And we are keeping them for much lesser. We used to attach a value. But yes, at the other hand, there is an increasing band of aware consumer who wants to know what they are wearing, where they are getting it from, and what it is made of. And absolutely right, transparency is a big thing. Do I even know what I'm wearing, right? And so, just to take a step back, I just wanted to put that in context that there is a big change in the apparel and textile industry. Right? Now, for our organization, CRB, we are a think tank. We work with corporates so that they integrate sustainability into their very core. How do you do your business, right? What is your impact on the environment? What is your impact on the people that you're coming in touch with? And of course, economics is always of concern. And how do you strike a balance between the three aspects? I will not delve too much into what CRB does, but I will talk about circular apparel, right? I think you've heard enough. We heard from previous speakers as well that the fashion industry, the textile and apparel industry has a huge footprint today, whether we talk about water consumption, whether we talk about the waste that is being generated, whether we talk about the pollution that is being caused. All of these are challenges. And also the materials that we talked about, like cotton, it's not a material that will stay forever. While we have competency, and it consumes way too much water. So what is it that we need to do? And what are we doing today? We make something, we use it, we throw it, and that is what we call a linear economy, right? And we are saying that it doesn't work anymore. We need to have a circular model. A circular model has a very, very simple premise. Can I minimize my waste? Can I eliminate as much waste as possible? And can I keep my resources in circulation as long as possible? So those are the very basic premises of circular economy. I'm just putting it in layman terms, right? And what happened was that a few years ago, the Western economies with an aware consumer suddenly were very conscious about how much waste is being generated and what kind of materials are they using and what do we do with the post-consumption waste. And there were conversations on circular economy, how do you look at it, how do you reduce the energy that you are using, how do you use the water. Now that conversation was in the West, and when we bring it to the Indian context, which is a country that is also very big in manufacturing, that conversation had a totally different context here. Now this means different to different people. As a consumer, I need to know what is happening to the waste. What is the kind of material? What were the conditions behind which this cloth was made? I think it's important for us to know. But it starts right from the material. What materials do I use? Do I use only virgin materials or can we use recycled as well? How do I make the materials? How much energy am I using? Can I use cleaner energy? Do I have to use coal-based power? Is there a case for me to move to more energy efficient machinery? Can I move to cleaner solar rooftop energy as well? Right? And what do I do with the chemicals? If you will speak to the experts, they will tell you that there are certain chemicals that just need to be banned completely. And there are alternatives available. But what we don't have is probably enough awareness. The cost is an issue. And how do we create a roadmap that everybody moves on it together? If I am generating waste, how do I take care of that waste? I cannot simply throw it to the landfill. So how as an industry can we decide that what is an acceptable amount of waste and how do I reuse my waste? How do I collect it? So these are all different aspects of circular economy, and what we as an organization do is also engage with the different stakeholders, because it is not any one person's conversation. Everybody has to be at the drawing board together. So if you speak to the large brands, they will tell you that it starts with the design itself. When you're designing your garment is when you think about, what materials will I use? Can I use recycled? How much of the virgin? My virgin needs to be sustainable. How do I build my suppliers' capacity to move on to a more, a circular path so that they can deliver on the kind of products that I want? How do I create that awareness amongst the consumer? How do I give them that transparency? And also, how do I collect it back? Recycling, though not the only aspect. You know, a lot of times we do confuse circular with recycling, but recycling is but just one aspect of circular economy. It is an important one. Today we have our own challenges with recycling. That do I even, like ma'am said here, I don't know what goes into the original. So when I'm recycling, I don't know what is coming back to me. Can I get the same quality? You know, is there a mindset to say that I don't want to wear recycled clothes because I associate it with a poorer quality? Right? And there's a very interesting aspect, and with this I will stop, is also circular economy business models. Do I always have to buy new clothes? Do I always have to throw my clothes, right? There are businesses which are now emerging and which are flourishing on, can I create an exchange for used garments? Right? Can I rent out some of my clothes, which I know that I'm just going to use them for one time and I don't need to make that investment? How do I collect? So there is also a lot of good work happening on waste, which creates employment. That how do I support such organizations so that they scale up, so that they flourish? So these are not just small success stories in isolated pockets here and there, but how do we actually let them scale and formality are some of the questions that we are looking at. And I think with that I would like to stop.
Thanks very much. So we'll double take some of these things in the next round, but thanks for sharing that. Bhavna, if you don't mind, we'd love to actually hear from your perspective. When you think about WWF, why is this question important? I mean, why is this question of sustainability in textiles and apparel important overall? And then why is it important from a plastics perspective?
Yeah, thanks. I think Devyani has given an overarching background of what exactly is sustainability at a larger scale. And I'll delve a little bit deeper specifically on the environmental impacts and what does it mean to you, what does it mean to us as a society. And when we look at textiles, I think we largely can break it down into the natural fibers and the synthetic fibers. And the problem is that I wish we could say that let's move away from synthetic fibers and move to natural fibers, and natural fibers will solve the problem. But unfortunately, that isn't the case. There's a lot more deeper issues within the overall industry. So whether it's natural fibers, I mean, if you look at just cotton itself, 45% of pesticides today, and these are very detrimental pesticides, hazardous pesticides that are going into cotton today, and especially in terms of water consumption might not be very high, but in terms of the impact on water and a lot of that leaching into the groundwater and going back into the food cycle that we ultimately has major impact, and especially in a water-stressed country like India, where you're causing much more damage to the water system, and that has a major impact. If you look at textiles, where almost 60% of textiles are now coming from crude oil-based, oil-based polyester, acrylic, those kinds of textiles. So those have a significant impact on the ground in terms of the overall impact as well. And I'm not just talking about the impact in terms of our food cycle. I'll show a video a little bit later. But essentially, almost 35% of microplastics today are coming from textile industry, and that's coming from washing and dyeing and overall production. So when you look at textiles, I think we need to look at it from a perspective of right from cultivation to production to use, the entire value chain. And in case of each one of these, there are issues, whether it's natural textiles, whether it's cotton being produced on the ground, then ultimately being produced in a factory, the emissions related to that, and then ultimately its usage. The same with plastics as well, or microplastics. Microplastics are the ones that are coming out of these, the fabrics that are used, and those fabrics end up in our system. Those microplastics, and almost 35% of microplastics are coming from textiles, and they have a major impact. So even greenhouse gas emissions are a major factor for the impact from textiles, where almost 1.2 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions are a result of textiles. So textiles as a sector, when you look at the entire value chain, has a significant impact, and what we're assuming in the next, or I think what are the projections are that almost by 2030, almost 4 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions, which actually come from the textile value chain, essentially. So these have major implications in the way we are producing, consuming, and sort of managing our overall textile industry and the impact it has. Specifically on plastics, when you look at microplastics, the amount of plastic that is going into your system, if we could just show the video right now, I'll just. It's a little hard-hitting. I mean, especially when you hear it for the first time and you see it for the first time, it really hits at your gut because it really makes you realize that a lot of this is very real. It's having an impact on your, not just on your ecosystem, but it's ultimately coming back to you directly. So in terms of the impact, we really need to start looking at alternatives about what Devyani was saying in terms of recycling, upcycling, reducing the overall impact in terms of how we are using and consuming, and finding alternatives. And ultimately, a lot of it is to do with consumption and unsustainable consumption patterns and demand that is really leading to that. I mean, a recent McKinsey report said almost 60% more textiles are being consumed at an individual level per year. And that has an impact on, obviously, textiles in general, whether it's natural fibers or synthetic fibers. So all of these things have implications, and a significant amount of demand reduction, sending the right message to the companies, to individuals who are producing these, is going to be a significant game changer for the industry, so to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Manpreet, coming to you, you work with a lot of clients in sustainability overall, and I imagine in textiles and apparel more specifically. From your vantage point, if you look at different stakeholders, both private companies, governments, funding agencies, in the development space, how have you seen the sustainability question sort of be addressed over the last, let's say, 5 to 7 years in India? And what kind of initiatives have you seen your clients take to address some of these things?
I think it's a very broad question, which may involve a lot of things, but let me try and squeeze it into my intervention here. So I have different kinds of clients. Yes, I deal with the government agencies. Yes, I'm working with a number of funding agencies. We are also working with the private sector very closely. The way sustainability has evolved is that it has become a necessity now. So we are no longer, at least many clients are no longer questioning why there needed to be a sustainability department at all, to why sustainability needs to be looked at by the boards, why the board needs to be accountable to the way we are consuming resources, or we're using energy, or we're using water and other things as well. So the debate really is now shifted to how we are responding to various environmental concerns that are leading us to find solutions or alternatives to the way we were conducting business. The value chains as we see today are evolving. So which means that the kind of resources that we used to, or the quantity of resources that we used to have earlier for the production of particular kind of product, has become more and more efficient. So which means the resources are limited, which means that I can't keep consuming the same amount of resource that I used to. So how can I really be more efficient, reduce the resource consumption, and become more and more efficient in the future? I mean, Devyani and Bhavna did add a lot of perspective on how circularity, recycling, and so many other concerns that are there within these different stakeholders be it the government, when I talk about government on the regulatory side, they're obviously concerned by what's happening. These microplastics is a huge problem. The first thing that the government tries to do is, okay, let's try and ban these things. And then the debate comes in and the companies come out and say, have you thought about it? What is really the definition of a single-use plastic? Or why should you ban them? What is the alternative that I have today? How would I pack my product? In geographies like in European Union, you can't even use recycled packaging materials for food packaging. So what is the kind of alternative that you have? And that's where the whole shift is happening from what funders are trying to see, what really are the alternatives. So is there enough R&D happening on, for example, what could be these alternate materials that could be used in different value chains in packaging or within the sphere of the plastic waste in general. So I think the question comes in on what different stakeholders are trying to do. Regulators, yes, as I said, they're trying to come up with policies and they really have to play a very balancing role, because one, they need to obviously make sure that the sector grows. There is enough potential for growth in that particular sector. So they can't obviously be coming out with policies which are making it difficult for companies to conduct business. While at the same time they need to ensure that there is enough discipline and enough protocols are there in place so that there is no misuse of any policy. So and then there is something that adds to the problem, that there are various ministries or departments which are concerned about different things. You have Ministry of Textiles concerned about the growth of the sector, Ministry of Environment coming out with plastic waste management rules and so on. And we have to really see how much do they really interact with each other to ensure that the policy that the Ministry of Environment would come up with is in line with what the stakeholders which are being dealt by the Ministry of Textiles thinks about. So I think a lot of hodgepodge is currently there. My answer is not straightforward as well. The private sector companies, like the debate that we started, and of course IDH has initiated that in terms of trying to look at transparency in the way the companies report about their plastic consumption today. So we've been conducting a number of stakeholder sessions with the private sector companies to really identify whether or not they would be ready to transparently report their consumption, as well as their things like, for example, how much did they recycle, how did they manage their waste. There is already something called as the extended producer responsibility in India, wherein the producers are responsible to collect going forward 100% of the waste that gets generated out of their products, be it plastic or e-waste. Coming to plastic, there has been a lot of challenge, a lot of debates happening, and the current meetings that we had with some of the players, representing different sectors. Many of them had to say that the policy is not playing an effective role as yet. They are not giving us alternatives. They're asking us to have a strategy in place to buy back or bring back our products. But how do we really do that in absence of a structured mechanism to really do that? So there is a struggle in terms of, one, they clearly state as the understanding between the regulators on what to ban, or what do the private sector or the companies need to do, vis-a-vis at the same time, what are the strategies that they need to put in place to ensure that. So there is a lot of gap, in most of these places. Funders are trying to bridge it by way of trying to identify some solutions that could fit it into, their way of advocating a better policy, and at the same time ensuring that there is enough impetus within the private sector to take or to seed certain initiatives which they can pilot and try and see whether or not they could be commercialized in the future.
Just to add to Manpreet's point about the role of the government or what the government is doing, I think point absolutely well taken that there is a lot of gap between the different ministries. But I think there is absolutely no doubt that it is very high on the government's agenda. And it is also clear in the commitments that we have made outside, right? I think during the course course of the day, you might have touched on the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have publicly committed to them. We have we have Niti Aayog with which it has been anchored, right? And one of the things that we're trying to do, and you're absolutely right, that policy cannot just be top down, because then the industry is struggling to implement it, right? And one of the things that we are trying to do for circular apparel is that how do you get the different stakeholders together, and how does the industry define that roadmap? Because what we are hearing is that I think they are ready to have this conversation. Of course, the start of a conversation is a good start, right? It doesn't mean that it's translating into action. They're ready to have that conversation and define what those targets would be, what the action plan could be, and take it back to the ministry. So there is a role for external organizations to try and bridge the gap between communication between different ministries, which does happen. But the good news is that they are cognizant of that, and they are beginning to, like Niti is trying to also play that role of getting the different ministries together on a particular topic and talk about it. But I think what we should all be prepared for, that it's coming our way. Right? For businesses, it's no longer going to be optional whether they want to consider these things or not. And as consumers, we will also have a very important role, and it is something that will require a mindset change and awareness and a lifestyle change at our end as well.
Absolutely. Now coming back to Devyani, I do want to now dig a little deeper on circular fashion, circular apparel, right? So obviously it's an ecosystem play. You need a bunch of actors to do certain things in a coordinated fashion for this thing to work, right? And so can you point us to some examples of real projects, real programs, either initiated by the private sector or industry coalitions that seem to be now taking root in India or maybe South Asia, and the scale of that activity, peculiarities about this part of the continent, and if you juxtapose that with, let's say, stuff that's happening in Europe or the US, are there particular opportunities we have or constraints that we have that might prevent this from really scaling?
I think that there is a lot more collaboration that is happening, right? So like, I will speak more from the European perspective because I've not really looked at South Asia, to be honest. And I think what is happening is there's a Sustainable Apparel Coalition, right? Or there is Copenhagen Fashion Summit, I think they do that. But one of the things that has happened is there's an initiative called Fashion for Good. Now what Fashion for Good does is it tries to understand that what are the challenges that a brand may face when it comes to various aspects of sustainability. And then they scan the ecosystem and look at who are the innovators. So what they do is they bridge the gap between what is the need of a brand, what are the innovations that are happening, and then they try and bridge the gap and how can they accelerate that innovation. So they're not looking at a new innovation, they're not going and trying to get somebody to innovate. They're looking at existing innovations and how does that speak. Now they've done this and brought this to India as well. And when we are looking at innovations for India, they're different, right? For brands outside, it was how do I manage my plastic waste, how do I look at recycling, how do I look at post-consumption waste, but here I'm looking at how do I reduce my water footprint, right? Are there technologies which are cheaper when it comes to recycling of the water? Right? What are the alternate materials that we can work with? There is a lot of work that is happening on natural fibers, and alternate fibers also that can be looked at. Then I think there's also on social side, that how is it creating employment opportunities. So coalitions like these have worked. There is a conversation happening. The good thing what we are also seeing here is that Indian brands, right? So it is not just MNCs. So what MNCs are doing is when they source from India, they are working with their supply chains, right? They have a global commitment that we will reduce our water footprint by so much. Or we will ensure that, we are using 100% renewable energy in this, or we are recycling so much of it. It is not possible unless they get their supply chains on board as well. So they are working with at least the top layer of the suppliers, the main suppliers to work on it. But what we are also beginning to see in India is a coalition amongst the Indian brands, right? So I think Reliance announced, along with an association in Mumbai, 16 brands together. They are looking at sustainability till 2025 or 2030 that they're looking, and that's very encouraging news, right? Because they're beginning to take cognizance that we need to be sustainable. We need to look at different kinds of materials. We need to look at are we paying, fair wages. We need to look at what waste is being generated as well. So these, of course, the challenge is that We don't always have regulation. There is sometimes a first mover disadvantage. Is the consumer willing to pay for it? Right? The biggest challenge is who pays for the sustainability. Does sustainability mean that it is more expensive? Because brands do face a challenge that if we are asking for a material which is, for example, they say biodegradable polyester, which I've heard an option available, but then if only one brand is asking for it, there is no business case for a supplier to look at it. So how do you get enough demand generated? Who bears the cost, right? And so those are some of the challenges that we're doing with. In terms of specific examples, there are brands like Aditya Birla who've committed to a lot of circular practices. There are large suppliers who've looked at water consumption and said, okay, we will recycle our water as much as we can. They have got tie-ups with municipalities where they treat the sewage water and their footprint on fresh water. I mean that they're not drawing fresh water for their production processes. They're actually working with sewage water, they're recycling it, and these are all good examples. If you will also search, I think the Tirupur cluster was in the news because they worked a lot with the PET bottles, and we made news because the garments went all the way, I think, for the Australian Open, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah? So there is a lot happening, right? What we don't have right now is we don't have for the sector defined at the moment that how does everyone move together. It is, if you have the resources, if you have access to R&D. R&D is a challenge. R&D is a challenge because there is just so much that brands can do on their own, or large companies can do on their own. So how do you look at public-private partnership so that government can come in and support an R&D in the sector as well? So yeah, those are some of the things I talked about.
I just have a very quick follow-on to the money question, right? You said that in many of these projects, the question is who pays? Is the entire cost to be borne by the end consumer? And I suppose if you look at different industries in their circular plays, it's quite different. There's heterogeneity of financing that comes into play. Have you seen some interesting examples where there's a smattering of heterogeneity of, let's say, financing models? The government pays, something is priced, let's say, maybe some innovative finance is used, and some of it is obviously paid by customers. Maybe even from your Europe experience.
Let me think about this and come back.
Sure,
There are examples I know where it gets shared, where part of it is, but not to the top of my head, maybe.
Okay. We can come back to that. Bhavna, now double-clicking on microplastics, right? When you think about WWF India and your engagement with textiles and apparel from plastic lens, how much of your focus is large macroplastic, and the way it shows up in landfills and so on and so forth, and microplastics? That's my first question. And the second question is, what kind of initiatives have you been involved? Has WWF been involved in to reduce both of these footprints in India?
Okay. Yes. So clarifying a little bit more in terms of some of the initiatives that are already out there. So not just on plastics. For example, if you look at natural fibers like cotton, there's something called the Better Cotton Initiative. Quite a few companies are part of that. It was initiated with NGOs and companies and financial institutions who came together to set it up. And the idea is primarily to move cultivation of cotton to sustainable production overall, so reducing input usage, pesticides, fertilizers, water, overall having a less of an impact on negative social impacts, and sort of better community support overall. So there have been initiatives such as that. There's initiatives specifically related to water as well, so looking at water stewardship, where, for example, in Tirupur, there have been work around not just looking at sort of water footprint of an organization individually. So what happens is a lot of companies end up looking at their within the fence issue. And they realize that irrespective of how efficient they might be within the fence, ultimately a lot of the issues are outside of the fence. So even if the entire Tirupur cluster individually might be looking at their sustainability linkage, but as an aggregate, when you look at the cumulative impact of that entire cluster, it has a very significant impact. And so you might be very efficient in your specific within the fence operations. The impact is much more large when you aggregate all of that. And so looking at beyond the fence and looking at your supply chain is extremely important. So looking at a water stewardship model is something that we've been promoting at a large level in India. Getting not just the textile sector, but other sectors also to start really understanding that when you're in a particular basin, so unlike climate, water is very contextual. So you might have a significant amount of water in a particular basin and very little water in another basin. So if you're going to have textiles in a particular basin which is highly water sensitive or has water scarcity inherently, it's going to be a big impact. And therefore understanding that water stewardship is an important approach that needs to be addressed. Then looking at plastics as well, I think the most focus in India has largely been on EPR, extended producer responsibility, and really literally looking at the end of the supply chain kind of issues, which is extremely important and definitely very important, and also looking at circularity. But sometimes the awareness levels on what are the issues, what are the things that need to be focused on are missing. For example, even in circularity, there's suddenly this herd mentality of going into plastics going back and being reused in textiles. But hey, I mean, if plastics are a problem in textiles, and if they are getting into the oceans, are we sure as to how we are putting it back into the system? And will it not still have the same sort of impacts until we address the inherent issues of textiles and microplastics? We are not going to solve the recycling of plastics. We're putting in a lot more time and effort into building it back into the system. But if it inherently has a way to find its way into the water, into the oceans, into the air, there is an inherent problem. There's a lot of miscommunication around bioplastics as well. Suddenly companies are moving and we're using bioplastics and this is biodegradable. A lot of it is actually more detrimental. And that's what happens when a lot of these solutions industry starts grappling and figuring out solutions, they end up with much worse sort of solutions which cause more damage in the future. So I think having a little bit more thought through and holistic approach is extremely important, and understanding and comparing and contrasting some of these different alternatives is extremely important. So looking at plastics, we have something called the Unplastic Collective, which is an initiative that we initiated with the UN and with CII primarily to bring this whole conversation on plastics much broader than what it is beyond EPR, beyond what it has been focused on, and really extend it to the upstream issues of plastics, and also looking at the production of plastics, and ultimately waste, of course. And bringing more and more stakeholders into that fray, and of course textiles being an important element of that, especially because it relates to microplastics. So there are industry coalitions that are being built specifically for that, for industry to be overall aware and start thinking beyond EPR, because I think that's where a lot of it begins and ends, because of government regulations.
Thanks very much. Manpreet, coming to you, and so we've had a bunch of all of you speaking about different angles to this problem, and you do a lot of work in project financing and helping your clients seek finance. But when you think of the different types of things that need to happen in the textile and the apparel space, let's say getting EPR absolutely right, let's say investing in better technology, in consumer demand building, etc., helping even reinvent technology of production. So all of these are very different, have different financing needs and different economics, right? Through your experience, not only in apparel but also in other industries, what are some promising investment approaches you've seen deployed either by the private sector or the government to finance some of these things?
I think it's really different everywhere, I would say, and a lot of it. For example, if I move on to the simplest of it, which is the renewable energy investment, and we saw the sector boom up quite a lot. Now there is a very little growth that I would say, especially if we talk about some of the promising alternatives like rooftop solar, and we haven't really seen the demand grow, which was supposed to grow in that sector. And that's one solution which is applicable to most of the industries today, we see. And it's not the grid scale solar, which is more important to the industries. It's actually being able to utilize some of these spaces that they have for rooftop being a major solution, which hasn't, for certain reasons, especially, the way they were wondering about households taking that up also. A lot of it was, of course, the government was not ready, Viscoms were not ready to take the kind of tariff that were needed to be set could not be set because of competitive bidding, and then the bidders were really bringing the cost down, the tariffs down. Many of them won different projects, at the end of the day could not implement it, largely because they were relying on certain sources of funding or finance which could not, at the end of the day, become successful. So similarly, in other ways of sustainability as well, it's actually difficult unless there is a business case. So a private sector would take up an initiative only if there is a business case. If I can today establish to a company that I can reduce, say, X amount of your cost by an initiative, more than the resource consumption that gets reduced, if I can showcase how much cost reduction can happen, I think the business will have a business case to take it up immediately, I would say. So there is no impetus or anything seeded, that would be required from the government or any other agency. But if it is something which is not viable or doesn't have a very clear business case, is where companies struggle to say, do I need it today, or should I wait for a regulation to really ask me to implement it? And that is when the government steps in to say, okay, can I provide you some sort of a working capital initially? What is really the requirement for you? Is it the cost, initial cost, capital cost of technology? So the government comes up with some sort of incentives around addressing working capital or the capital cost? Or is it that, with the debt service coverage ratio is much higher, or the period of investment or my return rate is very, very low. So all of these would require different set of interventions and funding. The government steps in mostly to address working capital, or if it is something that is being imported, a technology, it could come up with custom clearances or custom duty, lowering of customs duty or taking it off altogether, and so on and so forth. So again, it's very specifically dependent on it, and I would say those which have a business case would thrive further. And what is evolving is the quantification of environment and social benefits now, which were not earlier a part of the ballgame. We were trying to only look at the financial benefits or the financial profitability or IRR. What's evolving and what's changing, and this is something that we've also been telling the companies, is to also look at some externalities which they are not internalizing those calculations, which means, are you really also estimating the environmental and social benefits that are coming along with that investment? And till date, the CEOs are not clear on how to quantify those, and which is where the concepts on, like KPMG has a methodology called true value methodology, where we try to quantify the positive and negative environmental and social impacts. What that can result in doing is to really see how much the return of an investment on a sustainability program could become much higher if they take into account those environmental and social benefits. Or it may actually become lesser as well if the program on the top of it looks sustainable, however it has a lot of negative social impacts. So one needs to clearly look at what the impacts of a program are going to be, both positive and negative, and then try and quantify and then see what kind of return it can potentially generate. So I think that's something that has evolved, at least within the private sector, to look at these initiatives. I'll give you an example of one of the large oil and gas companies, and they were trying to develop a business plan for bioethanol. And what they said is that on the face of it, on the cost benefit analysis that we are doing, the project is not viable. But can we also look at the kind of environmental and social positives that a project like this can generate? So really talking about a large oil and gas sector company trying to get initial, even their company internal management approvals based on giving some sort of a quantification of environmental and social benefits. I think that's one evolving discussion that I would like to mention here. Apart from that, of course, as I said, there are aid agencies which try to bring in some sort of seed capital to pilot certain initiatives, which means that they try and showcase it to the private sector by bringing in the initial capital, say that these can actually potentially work. And these are usually, again, initiatives which have a higher capital cost, which companies do not necessarily want to do.
Thanks for that. I'll pose one question to all of you, and then we'll actually have ideas from each of you. So that one question is, if you look at all these concepts, right? We're talking about circular, we're talking about reducing footprints, etc. The key is to actually create a common vocabulary so that materials flow through this chain and then come back into this chain, and even the intensity of resource use is reduced, right? And which is linked to a lot of the work, for instance, IDH is doing around sustainable sourcing. So, from your vantage point, what is the importance of, let's say, data, standards, etc., and creating that common frame so that different actors across different stages in the value chain can speak with each other, can transact with each other? What's the importance of standards and data and the transparency you mentioned, Manpreet, and how have you seen that conversation evolve? Anyone?
Hi, sorry, I do have one request for the audience. Yeah, can we just have 10 minutes of your attention, if you don't mind? I know it's been a long day, but I think we've also taken time to come and sit down. So if you don't mind, why don't we have a conversation with each other rather than amongst each other? Is that okay? I'm sorry, I'm also a mom, so I do have this nagging habit. I apologize. But yeah, I would request if you can just pay attention. Yeah, thanks. I'll take a step and then the other. So I think data is absolutely critical. And the reason is because I think there's a very simple saying, very often used, that we can't manage something that we don't measure. Right? It's very difficult to build a business case, like Manpreet said, if you don't understand what the benefits are. And while it's important to understand the quality of the benefits, but the quantification really helps. And it is quantification which is important. Standards do help because standards, I think, serve two purposes. They give you a benchmark. They help you so that everybody can be looked at against a common narrative. It also gives you a roadmap, right? So standards, I think, unfortunately, have been used a lot, as a large extent, as a compliance mechanism to say that if I adhere to a certain standard, I can be part of a value chain. I have done, I can show that I've done a few things, whether I've done or not. But in true spirit, a standard is really a roadmap, a guidance that how do you move on that path of sustainability. So I think standards are important. A word of caution though is that what is a standard that is both impactful but achievable? Right? How do you strike that balance between saying that I want the moon, because this is the absolute perfect, because then I don't think we're getting many people to adhere to that standard. Right? And there again, I think the conversation from the industry, right, is very important. That can we are hearing this again and again, the industry saying we are happy to come together and let's define. It may not be the perfect standard, it may not be the most ambitious standard also, but I think it will be a more achievable, more impactful standard which would be needed. Data, absolutely, because I think now we hear bits and pieces, we know that like if we don't know what the impact on water is, we're not solving it. And as long as we have water, we are happy with the way things are going, and it's only when we start running out of it that suddenly we realize the problem.
I totally agree. I think standards are extremely important for the industry, but I think one has to be wary that it shouldn't be, it's one of the tools. And in spite of coming from an organization which has helped develop a significant amount of standards, almost 15 global standards on various, whether it's timber, pulp and paper, cotton, sugar, palm oil, so many different, even marine species. So point is that there are so many standards out there, but I think we shouldn't get lost in those standards. So it is one sort of quiver in your arrow, it's one arrow in your quiver. It is not necessarily it's the means to an end, and it shouldn't end there, because a lot of organizations get stuck there. But yes, it allows companies to really have a tangible understanding of what exactly they need to undertake. It provides them a stepwise approach. So I remember explaining the water stewardship framework to a lot of these companies, and a company which was extremely evolved understood and liked the idea, but ultimately they still said, what does it still mean? That until you develop a standard, so the moment they were given a standard associated with water stewardship, they suddenly got it. They said, okay, now I understand. But conceptually, a lot of these standards don't appeal, or the ideas don't appeal to them unless you literally break it down to say that you do A, B, C, D, E, and that's when it all lines up and it starts to make sense. So from that perspective, it just allows a certain degree of a stepwise approach, which makes it a lot more easier.
I think whenever a new standard comes in, it becomes an opportunity for us. as a consulting organization. So I'm for standards. And having said that, yes, the points of caution that my fellow panelists said there is important. But also the fact that yes, it brings clarity. Yes, it brings at times comparability across different companies on what are the initiatives that they're taking within a particular sector. So that's really helpful for companies to really benchmark and look at what they are doing on different aspects. And I mean, while yes, at times we definitely struggle, especially when it comes to reporting standards on sustainability, with companies. We have GRI, we have SASP, we have UNPRI. So we have different integrated reporting framework now. So there are different frameworks, each of them trying or struggling to make themselves better, trying to integrate into each other. But I think that's what makes it difficult for the companies to say, which is this one standard that I would want to use to report, or which is that standard which really makes me understand what I need to do as a company, be it reporting of the data that I measure, or the kind of performance measurement that I need to undertake, or how do I better among others in terms of the ratings that at times these standards also apply to the companies who start adhering to them. But also it's important that for various stakeholders it means different things. So if I'm a buyer, I would like my supplier to follow a particular standard, because that's when I know that they are going to at least adhere to or would do the things that I would like to see a supplier doing. So that's where the importance comes in on, because I'm really saying that I'm going to buy only from a supplier who shows to me that they're adhering to a standard. Right? So that's where it becomes more important. And as I said, it creates an opportunity for us not just to help them adhere to a standard, but also at times, as an audit firm, we provide assurance, on the data that these companies report on. So not saying that it's just a business opportunity for us, but when you start verifying, when an independent assessor starts coming in and looking at your data, you get to know the importance of why there needs to be a very accurate data collection in place, a measurement protocol in place, because that's when if the assurance provider or independent assessor says that you're not meeting the criteria, which means maybe the buyer is not going to buy from you. So I believe the standards are important, but yes, care needs to be taken that they are implementable at the end of the day, they are practical, but at the same time they're ensuring the outcome that they want to achieve with that standard.
About transparency and traceability, and when we are talking about circular economy, it is important to track your materials. Right? So it's becoming a big thing in the industry, and there are labels even available in India where you can click on the tag of the t-shirt and it will trace all the way back to which farmer grew my cotton. Right? So it is an investment that a lot of people are looking to make, that how do they keep that traceability and transparency going. And I think this kind of information is going to be part of our future. There is a lot more information that's going to be out there, and people are going to ask for it. And even for content, I mean, it is now people will want to know that what is it that's going into my cloth, and I need to know that. If we really want to achieve circularity, we need to have this transparency.
Great. Well, thanks for answering that question. Now, a little bit of a fun question, but should spark some thinking. So think of this almost like a reverse Shark Tank, or maybe a dolphin tank for the impact space. So one idea for each of you, from your vantage points, if let's say, and you could choose to either have a fairly obvious, slam dunk, no regrets kind of an idea. You could, or you could be ambitious, saying that this is a risky idea. It probably has a probability of success only 30% or less. But if executed, it might actually lead to significant change. So give us one idea which you think can be done in India to improve the ecosystem for sustainability. Not a private actor, so not an idea that one company should take or another company should take, but ideas that can really improve the ecosystem for sustainability in textiles. So a couple of minutes each, and would love your ideas.
I don't know, this is not this is my personal belief, right? And I think if we want to get sustainability going, how do we make it everybody's business? And when I mean everybody, it comes down to the individual level, right? Because one thing that we hear quite often that in India we are not pushing sustainability because of consumer awareness. While it's a big thing outside, it's a mixed bag here. We have a very small percentage of the people who are aware, who care, who are asking for it, right? But if we are to achieve our sustainable development goals anywhere, if we really want development for all, everybody has a role to play. Right? Today, I go to the companies and say that, look, the consumer that you are interacting with, the employees who come into your workforce are going to care about sustainability, right? And we should make them care about sustainability because when the consumers will ask, when this information will be there, the companies will act.
So how do you make that happen?
I don't know, I think communication. I think communication, making, there's a reason why we're coming and speaking to the students here because they're far more open. Right? And it impacts them the most. Unfortunately, some of the actions that we've taken in the past and we're trying to correct, but unfortunately it negatively impacts them the most. But they're the ones who ask tough questions. I get the most difficult questions to answer from my 9-year-old, right? If I want to indulge in some simple pleasures that I've had, just like a small Agiti, and he'll just look at me and say, oh, so we're contributing to pollution now. So I think to communicate, to make it relatable, right? Sometimes we don't understand. And to understand that it is possible. If I am talking about being sustainable, it does probably mean short-term inconvenience because that's the same thing for firms, right? If you're investing in it, maybe your short-term returns are not there, but eventually you are set. For the long term, you're good. And it's the same for sustainability in everybody's individual lives, right? It's a small convenience, but every small action is adding a lot and it's helping a lot. And I think you have to also understand that times have changed, trends have changed, and we have to accept that. I don't think it's fair to say that, okay, let's not consume so many clothes. There is a lot more choice available, it is more affordable, there are a lot more styles, so I don't think we should be saying, oh, don't buy so much. If you're buying so much, then let's figure out how do we get most of it back, how do we keep it back, you know, and that's where what does that conversation mean for each? There's no set path and say this is how everybody has to behave. But what is it that everybody in their own way can contribute?
Thank you.
So I would very much take it in that same vein that I think, I mean, of course, we keep talking to industry and business, and I think irrespective of anything, they will continue at some level unless there's some demand signal also coming, whether it's government action, NGO pressure, or it's consumer action. And I think we need very significant amount of consumer action, and I think changing behavior is probably the hardest, and that's why most people try not to do that, but innovation and ideas, especially when it comes to consumption. So taking that same cue from Devyani, is there a way in which whether consumers' mindset can be changed? Can retaining your fashion be cool? Can retaining or maintaining your product or wearing the same set of clothes in the same environment longer, I don't know if that's cool. If those are ideas that the young generation come up with, and millennials can come up with 100 ideas, just retaining your product. Maybe it's looking at saying that there's antiques that we have or whatever. I mean, I don't know. They have to come up with some of those ideas. But it's making fashion, which is this fast fashion, which is the problem at a significant level, where companies can sell you more and at a cheaper price and less quality products. Focusing more on quality and making that a different mantra for the consumption, that will change, send a certain signal to the industry in a way that nothing else will probably.
Thank you.
I think I'm clearly the misfit in the panel with two NGOs, but having said that, you know, I agree with them on the perspective of consumer awareness, capacity building, and so on. But I would rather try to turn the table and say, okay, let's, and we heard about Niti Aayog, let's make a sustainability Aayog. And since it was a fun question, I may be serious, I may not be, but I leave it up to you on whether something like that is possible or not, because, I mean, Niti Aayog does all the roles today, right? They also have to think of economic growth, they have to think of how a sector grows and so on and so forth. and thereby they try and balance sustainability. But let's try and create an institution altogether. And I leave it again to you to say, will that job, is that job not being undertaken already by MOEFCC? Some will argue yes, some will argue no. So I would say we still need a sustainability think tank of sorts, because the regulator cannot solve a problem like that. And I'm not saying, people like us making a think tank, but let the government institutionalize a think tank, a big think tank like Niti Aayog, who looks at each sector, who comes up with, capital for R&D or whatever is required, but tries and addresses, the concerns and take forward, the country in a more sustainable manner, which is essential.
Fantastic. Thanks very much.
Information, as a consumer, right, sometimes like Bhavna touched upon this, there's so much information out there and I don't even know which is correct and what is not. And if you really want somebody to choose sustainability also, is there a way that they can weigh one option against the other? Right? It's a no-brainer that I take metro to work versus a cab, but is an electric cab okay over a metro? Those kind of options, because there are so many options available, so that information and that measurement on how does one option, and let them choose. But I think that information to help in decision making also is comes back to your point of data as well.
Absolutely. And also, I suppose one is the choice and the other is the choice architecture, right? So both of those things must be great.
I think we can ask you to share an idea as well, right?
Why don't we take some questions, and if we have time, we can maybe try and... So a bunch of questions, we'll take them maybe two at a time. There's a question here and there's a question there.
Hello. Myself, Gaurav Dikshit. And this is not exactly a question, but I wish to share something very beautiful with you all. So, like Bhavna ma'am told us, that half of world's clothes are made from cotton. And the basis of textile is actually a fiber. And if we talk about cotton, I have some facts, like more than 10,000 liters of water is spent to produce 1 kg of cotton in a farm. And in all developing countries, 50% of all the agricultural chemicals are used on cotton farmlands. And cotton covers 2.5% of the world's cultivated land, yet uses 16% of world's insecticides, more than any other single crop. So, what if I tell you that almost each and everything inside this building, including this building, can be made from a single crop? This whole building, including the furniture, including all the textiles, including all the plastics, including all the superconductors, including all the cosmetics that we are wearing, including all the medicines that we are consuming, can be made from a single crop. And this is not some dream. That crop exists on the planet. And does anybody know what is the strongest natural fiber on the planet? Yes, you are right. So it's hemp, H-E-M-P. I will request you all to spend some time on your cell phones and just read about HEMP. So hemp is a non-psychoactive cousin of cannabis plant. And I wish to share that the word canvas is derived from cannabis. And cannabis plant is one of the first cultivated crop by human, and it was one of the biggest industry in 1800, and that industry somehow declined. And I'll compare some facts with you.
Sorry, just in the interest of time, can we stick to questions? So that point is very well taken, but we'll just take a bunch of questions now. Thank you.
Please give me just 2 more minutes, okay? Can you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. So I wish to share that if we compare cotton with hemp textiles, So cotton, hemp crop requires almost no pesticide and insecticide for its cultivation. And second thing, cotton is a 9-month crop, whereas hemp is a 3-month crop. And if we talk about cotton, it requires almost 3,000 liters of water to produce one shirt, whereas with hemp textile, we can do it within 500 liters of water. And if we talk about the production of fiber per acre, the production of hemp fiber is almost double than cotton per acre. So I just took this opportunity to introduce you to something which we have been researching since past 3 years. And if I should say something in language of my beloved guru, Dr. Jan, I would say that if we can change the way you think about textiles, maybe what you wear will change the world. Thank you.
Thanks, man. There's a question right here in the front row. Here.
I just had one comment to share, and then so on the circular economy. So one of my colleagues is in fact working with a company based in North Carolina, and apparently what they are now trying to do is they will sell you their clothes, and then you can return it back to them. They will melt it and resell it back to you, right? So that's a model that they are trying. But you know, the thing that I always that sort of has been confusing. Actually, I work with a company that is a national repair center for vendors like Patagonia. So Patagonia actually pushes the idea that don't buy much. So the thing that I'm sort of posing to the panelists here is that, you know, it's sort of a catch-22 for economies like India or many South Asian economies, because we rely on the apparel and textile industry to provide opportunities to poor people because it's low skill, right? But we also pursue frugalism. But on one hand, we say, okay, you know, the cost of clothes are going down, just go buy. But on the other hand, there is this pressure that, you know, many apparel companies themselves are working to do growth in quarterly results. You know, how much more can we put out to the market? So I'm curious, how do you see from your vantage point, how are companies balancing this need of buy less? Because consumers, if they start buying less, then of course we make less, we provide less opportunities. So where is the balance?
I think there are different models, right? You're right. It is not an easy conversation, right? So even if you say I shift the material, it has a whole implication on employment, what's really happening. So for different companies, I know some companies say that I'm not probably going to look at selling less, but I'm going to look at how can I produce it cleaner and how do I get it back. For some, it's going to be, like you said, the repair culture, right? That there are other business models that you will have to start looking at for employment. And we had a very vibrant economy around tailors and repairs, and you know, which unfortunately has just changed. If you look at it, I think we had circular practices quite deeply ingrained into the way we work, right? And some of it has changed. So I think those conversations will have to change a little bit in context of what happens today. There will have to be new. It is a different. I don't think I have an easy answer for you. So I honestly don't think I have an easy answer for you. For some of it, it is going to be new business models. How do you create those new skills? How do you create new ventures? You know, which have circular models, and they can tie up. I know that companies look also how to create opportunities from the waste that they're generating and create employment opportunities. Those are some of the things that come to the top of my head.
So I think when you look at any problem, initially it always seems like this is going to cause so many different problems. For example, if you looked at thermal and coal, there was a time when everybody thought that they will never reach price parity, and once it's achieved, then there was always this concern that you're going to be putting on a lot of the coal miners, and the coal industry or the thermal industry will suffer as a result of that. However, if you look at renewables and the way renewables have taken off, they've literally changed the market in a significant way. A lot more investment, a lot more opportunities that are evolving as a result of that. So whether it's production of those panels in India, so a lot of these opportunities. Now, for example, you were talking about hemp. If you're talking about other alternatives, that adds new innovation. It creates new products, new opportunities, which you would have never thought about if you did not try and address that problem. So it's innovation that will come to the rescue to a lot of these industries which seem like they will be detrimental to the impact or have a social impact. I mean, maybe it's the weavers coming in, back in, or it's a different industry coming in and building up and solving a problem. So, and not only looking at that, I mean, I think it's looking at even organic or products where people pay more for certain products. So the ultimate goal is not just to benefit the companies, but actually the overall economy. And so a lot of the value that is this income generation, which is perceived to be literally reaching the bottom half of the pyramid, it actually does not always percolate down. So even if you have fast fashion and a lot more being sold, volume does not necessarily mean that it percolates and benefits the lower strata of the society. I think that's sometimes misleading connection. It could essentially be more expensive product could still benefit the bottom of the pyramid. So I wouldn't say that there's always this direct correlation to impacting the broader economy, the bottom of the pyramid, so to speak.
If I can just come in for a second, I think the question you asked is applicable not just to textiles, it's a question about economy in general, right? So if you look at it globally, obviously economic growth is correlated with footprints, right? So how can you have infinite growth, infinite planet, that kind of... So I think the end state is really, there are only two pathways, right, that are going to reduce the footprint of economic growth, which is really essential to make sure that the income effects percolate down to everyone. The first pathway is what Bhavna was talking about, so the green pathway, right? How do you create more sort of opportunities in greener sort of domains? That's one, and energy is one of them, but there are several others. And the other is actually go into almost zero footprint pathways, which are like experiences, right? So the end game, a lot of people have written about this, the modeling has been done. The end game has to be where products and services only account for so much of a fraction of the economy, and then it's really about experiences which are low footprint. That's really the question is slightly philosophical, I suppose, as well, about where is this heading overall.
I have a question. Here. I'm looking for a takeaway at the end of the day from here, and sustainability starts from self and thus from home. Now the total fiber market, the global fiber market, consists of 55% of polyester and 27% of cotton, which means that cotton is not capable to contribute or to help everybody buy, or whatever the reason is. Now I, as a consumer, when I go out to the market, I have to decide to be or not to be. So my question to all the experts here is, do I buy polyester because it is being manufactured by my countrymen and contribute to the economy? Or do I decide I don't want to eat polyester and I stop buying, also from a brand like Decathlon, who probably use 7 bottles and calling it Arbet, which is recycled polyester, and selling it back to me? So what do I do? Should I stop eating or should I stop buying and not contributing to the economy? I'm looking for a takeaway from here because it starts from home. So I think that's the best place to ask this.
At least if you look at it as purely as a consumer, I mean, I think the first thing is just go back and look at your wardrobe. Do you need more? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it's a frank question to that. I mean, do we need more? Are there models where we can look to exchange certain products? It's a different mindset change to a certain extent. And yes, I mean, we still need to explore more options. I mean, are there specific options where, for example, there's hemp products which are out there, or there are other natural fibers that are evolving that you can support, where you feel that are in the market, or products that you think would add value ultimately. And then the other thing is looking at ways in which one can upcycle. And because that's one of the things that a lot of time and effort is wasted into, let's get a recycled product, but upcycling is even more environmentally sustainable. It does not reduce the quality of the product itself, but essentially you're using it in a different way. I know it does not answer your specific question on what do I do when I go out to the market, but at least look for certain options which are more sustainable. If there is a product, for example, if it's a natural fiber and you're looking for organic cotton or sustainable cotton, then at least If you're comparing one or versus the other, you've at least identified a slightly more sustainable option. And then there are others in terms of just demand reduction in many ways, or moving to more expensive alternatives, which are more sustainable at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it is more options will have to be looked at, right? Because it's not a homogeneous consumer that we're looking at. Somebody can afford to buy the more expensive product. For somebody, it will always be a case of economics, and that means that a lot more research and work needs to happen into providing those viable options, right? Because right now it's a lesser of two roads. Which one do I go with? And it's based on your capacity and your information available. But yes, a lot more options would have to be made available, and I think there is a lot of interesting work happening on alternatives coming, which will make it a bit easier for the consumer to decide.
We'll take one or two more questions.
More question.
Great.
One thing for you now. If you had somebody who's consuming 1 million liters a day, call it a technology park, that's about 60 million liters a year. He saved 60 million liters a year with systems that he put up, and he spent a certain amount of money. I don't know how much he did. Would you fund that project when his per kiloliter cost is 15 rupees? That's about 9 lakhs a day into 360 days. His spend was about 2.5x of this cost, which is that his IRR will be in the region of about 23 to 27. You can't get it even in the real estate sector in its heydays. Would you want to fund something like that? And that can't get anything more, you can't get anything more sustainable.
I think it depends on who I am. So, who am I?
If you're a funder.
If I'm a funder, yeah. So I'm, first of all, I'm what kind of an institution? If I'm a bank, then I will fund your project in case I don't see other risks that could potentially hamper my payback from you. Which means that, one, if it's a sustainable project, it's resulting into so much savings for you, it is beneficial for you, you will take a loan from me, and I'll provide that to you at a certain percentage, and I will get it back, because I've deemed the investment as credit-worthy, and I will go for your investment, because there are no risks for me. You will definitely pay me back. You already have 24% return. You will take it from me at 15%, 16%, whatever. But I'm sure of it that you will pay me back, because I have looked at your business model, and it's great. It's going to work. So that's one perspective. If I'm a financial institution, funding a project which is viable on its own, like you said, with a very high IRR. 23%, I believe, is a good return on investment to me today, or to anyone. For your sake as well, if you would have said 6% is my IRR, then I would still think, I say, okay.
It wasn't happening. That was the question that we had asked you. The challenge was that up until about 2011 or 12, all these were not possible. Today, technology has changed.
Yeah.
Genomic sciences changed about 20 years ago for us to a point where today we can say fresh water shouldn't be used once. Now, who told us 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago that fresh water should be used only once? This technology today which says that I can recycle that back up to about 85% or so.
Yeah.
The world is going to change, therefore, by these dictates of the marketplace and the compulsions of rationalized tariff or of cost of resources, water and power. So I'm saying if you equated this and projected into the next 15 years and looked at how equity financing will happen only on this basis of, call it if you like, the green solutions, I think you'll have better market models for people like yourself.
I think it's already evolving, right? I mean, sustainable investing is a $1 trillion market, if I can say that today.
Absolutely. 280 million or $300 million is brought in by KFW alone in this year.
Yeah.
And that is, I think, what he would have wanted to know at that point in time. But anyway, it's something I just wanted to leave with you and the rest of them here. That clearly the next 10 years is going to show us at least $1 billion of such investment. Leverage will mean about 5x on that, of investments that will happen in the country only on green investments and projects that will bring sustainability at some levels or the other of efficiency in water and energy.
I think there are many advancements on that side. Some of the largest funders, we talk about pension funds and insurance funds, most of them are either already saying that I'm not going to invest in certain kinds of investments which were traditional to them or conventional to them because of fossil fuel-based thermal assets and so on. But then now they are already saying what they will not invest into, which are largely carbon-intensive kind of infrastructure or other investments. And these pension funds are demarcating very clearly the percentage of funds that will go into green or sustainable investment, and the percentage is actually increasing every year. So which means that a lot of it, whatever in the future is going to happen, it's moving towards the sustainable and impact investing kind of models.
Manpreet is right. This last point for the rest of them, banks in Europe, leading with KfW leading, have decided that if you are more than 30%, fossil based, I won't fund you on your new projects.
That trend is quite clear. Okay, so I'm told we're out of time, so I'll have to wrap it. I just want to thank my panelists. Thank you for bringing all your experiences and sharing thoughts. I want to thank the audience. Thanks for being so patient. We will probably send you a wrap. I can send some notes, and I suppose those will get circulated, right? Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
What a session, truly. And I wish to thank all my panelists for such enriching talks. May I now request Mr. Kamal Miatal, Board of Governor and PJMT, and Mr. Saurabindu Malhotra, Country Head, Textile and Manufacturing IDH, for felicitating our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, we rarely get this kind of opportunity to have such distinguished panelists among us. So let us just give them a huge round of applause for being with us throughout the day. Thank you so much. And as the enriching session comes to an end, I request Professor Syal to kindly give the concluding remarks.
I know we are late, so I'm not going to give any concluding remarks. That was a popular one, wasn't it? I do want to take 2 minutes. I know we had all these wonderful panels, a lot of question answers, but we did not pay attention to students. A lot of questions were asked by people in front. So, I want to recognize, we have students from School of Planning and Architecture. Raise your hands. Good. We have students from World University of Design in Fashion Design. Who are left? They came, they were the first ones who came. And then we have students from Lady, of course I know. Who are the Lady Urban College? Okay. All I want to say is, I hope it was helpful for you. If nothing else, you realize sustainability is a broad area. It's very difficult to harness it, define it. You saw the panels were presenting from different angles. Although we divided the panels in 3 different areas, but there were a lot of cross-pollination, right? And then you can further add to it when you look at a domain. Now we are looking at the domain of textile and apparel. It brings some new things which I didn't know, right? Suddenly we start looking at workers and the workers' well-being and cotton versus hemp and all those things. So all these angles have come up. just to let you know, this is what we are going to do. We have a couple of professionals, colleagues here who took notes, very detailed notes, what happened all day. And we have all the notes, what was discussed. If a panelist said something, we recorded it. If they didn't mean it, too bad. It's recorded. That's how it is. And tomorrow we are going to gather all the moderators. And we are going to sit down and dissect what has been said, what did we learn, what are the cross-pollinated themes, what are the separate themes, what things we already know, what things we do not know. And we are going to put together, think of questions and answers, strategic session. And we are going to work with the government. Some of you know this morning, the minister who was here, while she was leaving, she said that she wants to meet with us tomorrow, a couple of us. And she offered to meet with us. So we are going to work with the government. We are going to work with the industry. We are going to work with not-for-profit sector. And of course, we are work with academia. Because all these have a role to play. We are going to take what was discussed, work with all sectors, and we are going to come up with questions and answers, the way forward. That's the way we are going to promote sustainability in this industry. That's the way we are going to promote the legacy of Dr. Jain. And that's what we are here for. And I'm so glad you all are here. All I can say is, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of all my colleagues and the core group, Payal, Ms. Payal Jain, the trust, I want to thank you all the guests, all the moderators, or the panelists, people who are transcribing, and above all the students who came. All I can tell you is thank you very much. You have been good. Have a wonderful day. And wait 10 seconds. Dr. Jain will tell you, Meena Jain will tell you where to have tea after this. Thank you all. Let's all give all of us a big hand up.
And before we formally close, I have a few quick announcements. You can scan the barcode available at the registration desk for regular updates on Prem Jain Memorial Trust activities. And also please use hashtag SAC 2020 and hashtag PJMT and tag us there. I already told you about the program by the name of PJMT College Ambassador to engage with the student community on a constant basis, wherein the trust will hire an intern or trainee to manage the college level ambassadors and onboard new colleges. So you would like to sign up for the same at the registration desk. And all the students are requested to collect their certificates on their way out. And as we close, I would like to admit my thoughts. The end of one chapter is just the beginning of another. Read on. The best is always yet to come. With this, thank you so much and hope to see you soon next year. Thank you so much.